Hey everybody, and welcome to more Super Robot Wars 30. I am the Last Robo Kai, and no, I haven't gone completely out of my skull yet. We're in the endgame now. The wonderful, wonderful endgame. Post-game endgame. Endgame, post-game. We are, we are now at the point we've done everything that's supposed to happen during the main game. We are now at the point where all the DLC packs open up with sort of finale missions for each of the DLC packs. And they added a lot of content with the expansion pack as well, including some protagonist-centric episodes of events. So we're going to be getting straight into that. Yeah, I say straight into that, but firstly, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to, I realized I haven't done this for a few days, and I feel like, considering they're going to be Us-centric episodes, I thought it was very important we just went in and, oh, apparently we can put another level of dash on us. There we go. Yeah, okay. I love that we just don't have those two on a... God, we really haven't put fortune on it. That's right. So, skill up. Oh yeah, she's already maxed stats on those ones, so I can't really give those to her. Alright, I'll figure out who I'm going to give the rest to, eventually. Probably J Decker. I think I decided J Decker. There are no mods for this game, as far as I'm aware. So no, there are no Transformers mods. I think modding this game would be fairly involved, so that might be why. So hey, let's start out with some clipping going off the edge of the screen here. As the brother and sister set off to Mars on a dangerous mission. This is a series of missions that are all about Oz and Edge. This mission leads into a sequence of 3 missions in a row after starting it. Tactical area selection will be locked into that progression. You'll not be able to play any other area missions until you complete the sequence. Begin the mission, their Bygone Days Part 1. Yeah, I think that was kind of like a translation error or a code error or something, which made it say the first mission was Part 2. But the first mission's Part 1. So let's get kicking. A special mission? Yes, we need intel on the Atranger's operations on Mars. But the Time Warriors itself has another concurrent mission, so this time it will be just the 2 of you. Just myself and Edge? Mind if I ask why the hell you're sending just the 2 of us? A lot of data went into that call. Minimum units to spare, teamwork, survivability. But I don't want to imply it'll be remotely easy with just the 2 of you. So if you want to object, now's the time. You absolutely have the right to say no. Fine. Thoughts, Oz? They say the team needs it. Doesn't mean you have to get stuck holding the short straw. No, but Edge. People all over the world are risking their lives fighting back against the Atrangers. This is the least I can do to help make that better. You'll have to take that chance. So, I'll do it, Captain. Myself and Edge. Thank you, Oz. Yeah, no sweat. Oz and I could deal with a little peril with the power of our sibling bond. So just relax, Oz. I won't let anything happen to you. Edge, if you're gonna treat this like a fun family outing, I'm taking it back. Just trying to lighten the mood a bit. Right, then let's get into the nitty-gritty. As we said, this will be a very demanding mission. Please prioritize your safety first. If you feel the mission is unreasonable or the situation becomes untenable, don't hesitate to abort. Understood. My brother may seem like a slob, but he's reliable when it actually matters, so I think we can handle this. We could lay it on a little less thick. And away we go! To the special scenario and their bygone days. Just going to make sure I don't need to do anything silly or fancy to the Huckmine 30, since it is the weaker of the pair. Nope, we're all pretty much as upgraded as we're going to want to be. So let's hop in. We've reached Mars orbit. It's just you and me from here. Why do you sound so happy about that? Come on, mission or otherwise, when was the last time it was just the 2 of us? Takes me back to wandering the world together after we escaped from that lab. I know. Yeah, got an image to keep up around the rest of the Time Warriors. Why it's just us? Come out of that shell. Come on, fly that hooky over here and give your big bro a hug. Let's not. Come on, just this once? Weren't you listening? I'm trying to be independent. I'm not going to let you baby me like before. Okay, sure, but you can stand to be a little less mean about it, you know? Oh, I get it. This is your rebellious phase, isn't it? Edge, quiet! That's... the Emily. Unknown humanoids? Guessing those are the Estranger's new toys. Looks like they're here to welcome us. Chief Maybe was right. This one's going to be a real ringer. Do you want to retreat, Edge? Oh, come on. Let's not chicken out already. I'm not afraid of them, it's just... No, Oz, I understand. You're worried about me, right? Well, don't. I'm Time Warriors, as much as you. And my pride couldn't take it if I whipped down in front of my sister. Edge. So let's do this, Oz. Just don't get yourself in trouble. I won't. That goes for you too, Edge. Right. So hey, we've seen these guys in a lot more grisly a form back in a couple of the DLC missions where they sort of like fought them as a scripted battle and they came and they vanished. And these particular fellows, the Angeloi, I think they're also from Zed. Okay. Yeah, another one's used by the Sidereals. Because I believe the Deimos, that were mentioned, is working alongside them. So, just, you know, powerful late game protagonist mook suits that have 3,600 health. So this is gonna be rough. Or it would be rough, except, you know. Excuse me, I was having a nice little family outing here with my sister. We'll eliminate anything that stands in the way of both world peace and brother-sister bonding. Side hero makes me think of Exalted. Yeah, that's what I think of too when I first hear it. So yes, we're going to be spending most of this mission just making sure Edge doesn't die, because he's a little underleveled, and he's also not really as strong as Oz is. Oz is going to come through this mission, trashing the heck out of everything. So, she's got persist on, so she can take this hit. These are the Estrangers. Can Oz and I really... Oh. Can Edge and I really take them alone? I think we can. I know we can. With the two of us together, I feel like we can do anything. Bit of misplaced dialogue there. That's fine. Wouldn't be the first time, wouldn't be the last time in any game. There's a lot of discussion about Soulstorm. Since, you know, that's coming up. Things are going kind of badly on my end in that regard, but I can explain that when we actually do the Let's Play for it. But people were talking about one particular bug where it's just yeah, like just the dialogue of a character is made for entirely the wrong faction. Like Eldar character is supposed to speak, and instead of the Imperial Guard General plays their dialogue instead. With a name like Edge, I was expecting to be a moody downer, but he's kind of upbeat. He's kind of a mixed bag. He's kind of a bit of a slob, a lazy slob. Wants to get a girlfriend, but is just not very good at that either. I was too hard to clear this mission quest We'll just keep individually our way through this. Edge really isn't up to the same standard of being able to killerate everything inside. And these Angelos have some pretty funky attacks though. I kinda dig it.
体は訓練を覚えてやがるか。俺にも一発殴らせろ。やるときはやるのが俺の流儀だ。追い詰めた。落ちやがれ。
Just thinking about, like, I'm a little sad about it. I don't know how many caught the beginning, but apparently McDonald's are now doing advertisements, like in Japan, using char-aznable. And I'm a little sad because I didn't have the time to figure out how to get OBS to play for everybody. Because as I'm sure McDonald's would love the free advertisement, it's char-aznable holding hamburgers. So I did show one of the screenshots. Yeah, I'm not letting you guys touch it.
AI の動きなんてのは丸分かりなんだよ。とっておきを見せてやる。
I don't remember their ages. It probably says it on in the thing. But they definitely are close enough in age. Edge acts as an older brother. He considers himself an older brother. He acts a bit more like a protective father. Certainly leveled well enough, but yeah, stats-wise he's not quite on the same level. All right. Let's keep the good times rolling. Sadly, the robots cannot combine. Not these ones. We've got plenty of combiners in the team. These two particular ones cannot. This particular one is the unupgraded form, and ours pilot's the upgraded form. Edge was the other protagonist option. But because I put it to a poll and everyone what it does, it's just hanging along. Seeing this attack cool, I think. Just because they've got too much health. The too much health plus Look out, Edge! We've got reinforcements! This isn't looking good as that black humanoid. I know, it's way stronger than the previous ones. Look out, Edge! Damn it, this thing's going after me! Fall back, I'll keep it busy. I'm your big brother, I'm not leaving you behind! But don't worry about me, Oz. I'm not gonna die yet. Not until I've had your eggs Benedict again. Edge, thanks. Now let's take these on. We can't show them any hesitation. We'll face our fears, overcome them, and keep moving. That's what you taught me. Damn right, Oz. We can handle this together. Yeah, we're both going to survive. There's gonna be a lot of this. A lot of them just reminiscing about, like, Eggs Benedict. Anyway, I think it's time for multi-action to tip the stage. And, like, just showing off, here's the Angeloi Arca. I'm pretty sure it's got one extra attack. Pretty sure, or the regular ones here just only have two. Yeah, so the Smasher. So they've got something sassy there, it ignores barriers and things like that. We'll see what shenanigans it can get up to shortly. But for now, it's time to start the mercy. Eggs Benedict, he remembered. I'm not the same little kid anymore. I'm not going to burn them again. I hope you're hungry, Az. After this battle, I'll show you how much I've grown. This is, like, it sort of, like, reflects a lot in the, they discuss a lot of things that also get discussed during the relics and gold missions that I didn't show, except for the final one. because they're very sort of short, unimportant. So when I saw this, I was like, oh, well, this goes over the same stuff anyway. So hey, big thumbs up there. Also, no, these pilots are not connected to their machines, a la like Pacific Rim or whatnot. They are actually just very good at piloting. Just like photo rifle this guy dead now. It's like, can I just use my weakest attack to kill these guys? No.
ごめんなさい。行きます。ディープスラッシャー。敵だ。あれよ。
Food is the most important thing when you're a pilot. You don't want to starve to death. Quite there yet for being able to do that to kill them. So we are definitely trying to kill everyone as quickly as possible to get through these missions.
これを使うしかない。
Three. So we're going to try and smash through all of them, and then we'll do a special mission for ours, which I'm not for her to attack.
敵の足は出ました。
I have to double check that. I think it becomes available after this mission. The X action is just making it very easy to just keep doing this. Oops, that's entirely the wrong one. We don't want to use all of our power. We only want to use like a tiny bit of our power.
私は私の意志で生きていく。全部出し切らなきゃ。
In terms of piloting, you think of these more like, are you going to do the extremely important mission of making X Benedict? Yes. Yes, the extremely important. I've never actually made X Benedict myself. I'm a real what's the best way to describe it? I do things in the kitchen that satisfy me, that your average, like people post on like food websites as being like, oh, look at what this person did to this food, what insanity is this? I do things like that. And I like it. But I've never done Eggs Benedict. The way I make scrambled eggs is probably upset a few people if they watch the video. But damn, they don't taste good. I like people who are competent to make a really good food for me. If I eat for myself, it's I make a chicken katsu curry every now and again. But I just call it burger katsu because I substitute literally every ingredient with something cheaper and easier to work with. So eventually the only thing that's like actually still resembles the original product is like rice. Save the game. See if these fellas come on over. They certainly are coming on over. Alright. Let's fire up the elite hacking rig so that these guys will have trouble hitting us. And then sort of Eos, so everyone gets a little bit of valor. And then we'll just start blasting again. Once more, intuition so that, you know, Edge doesn't get murdered. Eggs Benedict, the first thing Oz ever tried to cook. Like hell, anything's gonna keep me from having that again. Get that pan ready, Oz, because your big bro's starving. I fucking love mecha dialogue. It's like, I'm doing it for the herbs! Do it for the hamburger, Edge. Do it for hamburger. slasher. Yes, that definitely isn't a pleasant thing to get almost hit by.
ガッツは買うがまだまだだな。
どいて兄さん邪魔。コンビネーションで追い詰める。網にかかった。そこ。想像以上にうまくいった。
Just gonna move edge back behind us, just for the cover. Will this kill him? Hell yeah! All right. There's only one thing for it. That's another multi-action. Another shot in the dark.
行こうサーティス。全部出し切らなきゃ。敵を足止めして。
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these guys in the coming missions, so I hope everyone likes the Atrangers. Because Aaron is gonna be seeing like a mixture of like Questor and Atranger use for the rest of the game. And not much else. I think this is probably the best place to stand because I might be able to hit him from here. Maybe slash and kill him. Like I'm trying to be really expedient with like my usage of firepower. Hey, cool guy. We're doing a 3-part series of missions where it's just Edge and us reminiscing about their adventures. Will I be playing Space Marine 2 when it comes out? Yeah, absolutely. I think that's probably going to be one of those cases where if it comes out, like close to a day when I stream, I'll definitely stream it. But if it like comes out the day after the day I usually stream, I may just not stream it, and I'll probably just like do a let's play. I suppose this is like. I think everyone will get to enjoy me getting my first time through getting murdered by Tyranids though, so no worries about that. Alright, let's hit this guy with everything we have. By everything we have, we mean the same old. Get some experience points for Edge, even though he's not getting any of the kills.
必殺のコンビネーションだ。
There's actually a lot of Warhammer stuff coming out. Oh, the Wo Yang Fallen Dynasty looks awesome. Yeah. So for anybody who's not aware, Wo Yang Fallen Dynasty is the next game from Team Ninja for Koei, which was like the previous title they made was the Stranger in Paradise Final Fantasy game, which kind of played like Final Fantasy Neo. They did that for Square Enix, but before that they did for Koei Neo and Neo 2. And so what we can expect probably is more Neo-like stuff. But the setting for, as you might have guessed from the title, Wo Yang Fallen Dynasty, is it's set in the Three Kingdoms period. So it's going to be possibly like Neo in that you're going to be spending time with historical characters as you go around destroying everything and fun things keep happening. And the trailer absolutely definitely has Lu Bu in it. So I'm very much looking forward to that. I don't like Japanese Japanese Three Kingdoms history as much as I like like the Sengoku and Heian eras with Japan, but damn, it's gonna be good. We did it. Now they might know what we're up to. Actually, if we actually landed on Mars, might not have been so lucky. What do you think? We can tell the captain what happened here and head back. What do you think, Az? Can't say I'm not scared. I think we can handle it. Together. Az. Let's get down to Mars. I'm hungry. Yeah, same. Hungry for some nice eggs Benedict. So it's like, I'm going to eat these eggs! Suddenly, on the Mars surface. So much for the eggs Benedict. I practiced so long for when I'd be able to make it for you again. I messed it up on the one time it counted. There's never been a sister. But you haven't changed at all in all these years. Since Belgrade, huh? After we left the lab, I'd always fry us eggs for breakfast. I guess you got frustrated with yourself because one day you said you'd be in charge of cooking. I just had to pick eggs Benedict and try to make the hollandaise. I wanted to try something different from your fried eggs and went for something advanced. I completely destroyed it. What you got was a lump of coal in the shape of a fried egg. I'm so sorry. Messed everything up again. Look, it's fine. All that really matters to me is that you put your heart into it. In Belgrade, and now here. Edge, just one thing. When you make eggs Benedict, you crack the eggs into some boiling water, right? But remember, the gravity on Mars is different from Earth, so water doesn't boil quite the same. You have to adjust for that when you cook outdoors. Edge. Oh my god. Oh, what is it? Did you know I was going to mess up this whole time? Look, it's just... You get so mad when someone talks to you while you're cooking. You could have said something! I've wasted all these eggs! Now eat these eggs! You must eat all the burned eggs now! This Mars rules. I haven't wasted anything. I'll eat them all. They're just not cooked all the way through, so we can toss them back into in this frying pan and do them sunny side up. Come to think of it, your fried eggs always ended up sunny side up, didn't they? Well, yeah. Let's eat, okay? And then we'll set off for the point. Maybe indicated. If you're gonna eat the ones I made, then you have to make mine, okay? Anytime. We'll sunny these sides so up, you'll get sunburned. Sounds delicious. You always did the best fried eggs. Sunny side up, basking in those rays. After this war, maybe we can both find somewhere nice and sunny to live our lives. We just have to have faith, us. Oh dear. Yeah, I bet you never considered that if we ever like lived on Mars, we'd have to like cook things slightly different because everything's fucky on Mars. Hey, didn't think about that, did you, smart guys with your educations? That's the best I got. You smart guys with your educations. Right. So now this is it says this one's part 1, but it's part 2. And it's still... It's funny, because I did put out a patch which apparently fixed a lot of stuff, but I guess they missed this one. Or the patch didn't stick. That doesn't matter. We're still on Mars. We must be closer to the poles now. Good morning, Edge. Good morning, Oz. Slept well? Yeah, I slept well, considering how long it's been since I went camping. Huh. I guess back when we were traveling together, I slept outside more often than not. Yeah. That's how we learned all about what plants were safe to eat. Always looking over our shoulders for lab agents, never spending more than 2 months in one place, vanishing as soon as we had the money. Having a hell of a time getting that money in the first place, being 2 strange siblings from nowhere. Honestly, I know how we survived nearly 3 whole years like that. Made both of us a bit miserly too, looking back. Well yeah, for us, money meant survival. I'm still very careful with my money, you know. As the world around the time worries, yeah. A lot of them say they're shocked at how your eyes light up at the sight of a little cash. Can they blame me? It always reminded me of how hard we had to live. But I'm grateful for it. I wouldn't be alive if you hadn't worked so hard for my sake back then. Hey, as long as you're smiling, it's all worth it to me. I'm assuming in this universe there's an atmosphere on Mars? Yeah. Since, for whatever reason, Gun Cross Sword always takes place on Mars in Super Robot Wars. Although in the actual Gun Cross Sword, I believe it's an entirely different planet. So they just basically are like, yeah, you know, they terraformed it, and there's like really old machines on there, like from the technological Marvel days of that. But we only just developed mobile suits. You weren't able to smile for the longest time after we got away from the lab. I know. So I'll tell you what I'm grateful for. That cat in Santiago. Oh yeah, the cat. I think that's all the time we've got to reminisce. Let's go get to Movies coordinates. More Rangers, probably. Yeah, we better be prepared for them. This feeling, not knowing what will come next. It's just like back then. Yeah. But that's how I know it's okay. Because we can deal with it, together. I know. 2 extremely, like the story as they give it really understates, and they're trying to state it, but it still really understates how miserable it was for these two. You know, the Atreides are tracking us. Do you really need to do recon on them? Of course you can. That crazy doctor is totally using us as bait, dangling us out here so the Atreides will bite. Well, what's wrong with that? It's not like we can just wait while they do whatever they want. But look, they're from another dimension or whatever, right? What's our plan? Keep blowing them up with no end in sight? It won't end unless we find and stop whatever's making them appear. Heads up, Oz. We've got company! Hey, the Demos! A lot of Demos. It's the Atreides. No humanoids in there, but there's a whole bunch of them. Stay sharp, Oz. Probably got their heavy hitters in the wings, so we're gonna keep something in reserve. Right, you taught me how to be thrifty. And now I'll show you I can save. That's what I want to hear. Here we go! I love this. It's like, I taught you to be cheap, now we're gonna be real cheap! So yeah, so the Daemon's still fat stacks of health, but just a lot less. I've been watching Gundam Origin and I can't decide if it's super depressing or downright hilarious. It is a little bit of both, isn't it? Like, a lot of the stuff involving Char is just like... kinda goofy. The Atreides must really have it out for us. Why are we just me and Oz? What do we have in common? Wait a sec. Like, a lot of the stuff, like, when, like, involving Char's journey to becoming Char, like, his trip, like, when he meets the other guy who just looks exactly like him, named Char Aznable, and then betrays and gets killed, and then he goes to... and then he goes to join Xion, and just, like, a series of betrayals, getting, like, people who know who he is killed, things like that. And like, and how he acts like such an absolute, the coolest guy around. Cooler than everybody else. It's just kind of funny how silly you can get. The Atreides are going after Edge and me. This feels like when we left the lab, the constant terror hanging over us. It's just like, there's like a sequence where some guy just grabs him and like Char just like overpowers him with his glare. Those will get fucking exploded by a car bomb and like, that like murders the person next to him but gives him like a slight bleed. It's no wonder it took like literally everything everybody ever had to like kill those because Jesus Christ, man. Like, that man was invincible. Scarily invincible. So I've actually got a graviton rifle my way through all these dudes. There's a lot of cuts in like let me just like preface it. I haven't watched the entirety of Origin, but every time I see something from Origin, it's always sort of like a character getting like a shot of their face, but from like a slightly lower angle, as they kind of like look like this sneering smile on their face and dangerous looks in their eyes. Because there's like literally every character just doing that. Straight is the type of guy who leaves his dirty clothes on the floor. Only if you know someone's going to be coming in and seeing it. Because he doesn't want anyone to think he's actually like half as good as he is. Slasher anyway. Total is like the well-meaning Indian family. That's the reason why everyone sort of looks on him favorably, because like everybody else is like a weird backstabbing, conniving psycho. He's just like, I want to make sure everyone in my family is safe, but I'm just going on. They all said. And also, if we all just like mass produce these giant like clams with legs, we'll win the war forever. It's just like weird. Like he's just, I don't know, just like when he comes to his last stand, It's just like he just goes out like a complete badass. But at the same time, it's still such a pointless sacrifice.
やってみせる。そこ。
Because by that point in the war, like, Xiang was really truly good. So his death is ultimately failed. Yeah, it destroys a lot of the Federation forces to make the final battle a little more dicey, but it's that's for dramatic effect. Oh, there was one. There was one over there. I had no idea. There was one hiding in the woods.
みんなのため。そして。
Remember that this map does that. That this map is absolutely focused for it.
読める。
Oh well. I wonder if Leandros will show up in Space Marine 2. I'm gonna say this now, and I hope I'm correct, but I'm hoping the sergeant that you see in the sequence in the intro thing
これしか方法がないんなら。
is I'm hoping that's Leandros. That I'm hoping that he got his way to sergeant. And so there's just this thing where he you know, he and Titus are working together and just absolutely just got this veil and veneer of just working together this between them. And it's just at any moment it's they're about to just reopen old wounds. That would make me happy. Because if you're gonna because I would think it'd be a really good character study, I think. But we'll see. Alright, it's time for more Sword of Eos. Give everyone a little bit of that sweet free valor.
AI の動きなんてのは丸分かりなんだよ。
But yes, I'm hoping Leandros is good. And I'm hoping he has climbed the ranks. But I'm hoping that he's done so still raging against what was said to him at the end of Space Marine. I want some goddamn antagonism in my game. I want the brothers to be brothers. I want them to be at each other's throat the whole entire time. That everything else is going on.
邪魔。ディープスラッシャー。終わらせるか。
There's a lot of questions to be filled in regards to the timelines. Because obviously they're going to be using Primaris Marines. So we'll see where it goes. There's a lot of questions to be answered, and I'm sure they're going to answer them because they have, I think, referenced generally speaking, how it's going. Okay, so I can still see everyone here, so that's good. Can I just blast you with the photon rifle then? Yeah, can I just blast that guy with the photon rifle? Hell yeah. Weakest attacks, away we go. I guess I am valid as well. So. Just trying to save energy. Yeah, but I wonder if we will see the Primarch of the Ultramarines.
今の私ならこの子の力を引き出せる。
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on. Titus's warp resistance would be interesting in regards to how it'll interact with the hive mind as well, and the shadow of the warp that the Tyranids have. So I'm all for just the weird shit that's going to be going on. Hopefully. But just the shot from the original trailer they did, where you see Titus just running along, and you can see towers in the distance just being swarmed by gargoyles and the like. That was badass. I loved it. I want more of that. Give me more of that. Gotta keep on conditioning our way through this, I think. A lot of questions being, a lot of questions for a space too. I don't think there's an ETA on it. Cool guy puts it out. Antagonism amongst the ranks would definitely be the correct way to go about it if they want to be a real sequel. We've got plenty of battle brotherism. In the first game we saw their variant, the inherently toxic nature of the Imperium's dynamic and the fundamental failure of its society, even when it succeeds. Yeah. Yeah, I want these guys to be like, just like, at each other's throat.
みんなと一緒に戦うんだ
You know, I want Leandros as the sergeant in the Sedonis role, being an absolute asshole.
FIBC
And I definitely want Leandros to like more than once just reference what happened with Sedonis. Like I want Titus to just get increasingly mad every time it happens. I want like capital V violence between Battle Brothers. It does count, okay. Don't think I can get away with it a second time. Yes, I can. I don't think you need to keep using your most powerful attack though. Yeah, you can just use the leap slasher, which is an ammo. Yeah, I want like, because obviously, if the Tyranids are involved, like at most you're gonna get maybe a Tyranid bioform that's kind of like a nemesis, kind of like, you know, you might get like they may include the Swarm Lord because you know. The Swarm Lord is a character that like pops out every time the Tyranids end up like having to face particularly good leaders, and I think Titus would qualify. It certainly showed up for Marty's calendar. An actual fight between the two should happen. I don't think an actual like gameplay fight should happen. I think it should get to the point where one shoves the other into a wall. I think one should shove, like, you know that thing where you push someone into the wall with like your forearm and you hold it there and you're like inches away from each other and you're either just gonna like yell at them or kiss them. I want that. And I want them to kiss, damn it. No, I'm sorry, I've gone too far. Kiss, you fools. Why Tyranid is the generic move for everything now? I mean, they're not real. If you look at all the games that have come out recently, if anything, in Warhammer 40k, the generic move faction is actually Nurgle. You look at all the different iterations of games that have come up. Nurgle in 40k is like overrepresented quite drastically. Alright, let's so hi Grid. Hoping you didn't come in just as I declared I wanted the Space Marines to kiss. This is Edge. We actually got him earlier in the story. He's the other protagonist option that you can unlock if you do a couple of like side missions. And so we're doing like 3 missions that this is the second of them that we unlocked for like because we have him, and it's also part of the DLC. So like, and this is like a post-game thing. So it goes over a lot of the history between the two of them. I will say this, I don't think there's going to be any Inquisitor trying to recognize the Tyranids in this juncture. Yeah, he gets the unupgraded version. And so he'll never be as cool as ours is. Also our ours has like 999 stats. But yeah, no, I don't see, like, the scale of the Tyranid invasion on that hive planet tells me that the Tyranids, like, it's a full hive fleet coming in hot. So I don't think you have to worry too much about that. I don't think there's gonna be like a dumb plot line of Inquisitor being like, and now I shall control the Tyranids by giving them kibble. You know, he goes, I have the plan to get the Tyranids under my control. Here it is, the burger. I don't think that's going to happen. We're talking about Space Marine 2. Though, honestly, it feels like we're probably just going to be talking a lot about Warhammer 40k in general, or Warhammer in general, because they've announced the beta for Total Warhammer 3 Symbol Empires thing in for August, which is great, because I might be done with this game by August. You know, maybe. If you're going to be talking a lot, turn down the game sounds. It's a bit loud. Maybe I'm a bit quiet because I'm a bit further away from the microphone because I just didn't want to get too loud. I've done a tiny little adjustment. Game sounds are definitely loud. Okay, that's weird. Maybe something reset. Let me just crank it down a little bit. There we go. OBS are like my sound systems in general like to reset themselves every now and again. Oftentimes recording with Cool Guy, I'll be like, hold on a second, my microphone is like peaking horrifically. But I'd probably stand to turn myself up just a tiny smidgen as well, and that will probably help. So who else we got down here? Anybody else left to kill? I mean, in the Civ like 40k game Gladius, a Mars, the Adeptus Mechanicus, were attempting we're doing a whole bunch of experiments on Tyranids, and then they got free with everything else that kind of went wrong on Gladius. So there are Tyranids running around as well. Honestly, there's probably so many different examples of everyone just fucking up everything in 40k, you're bound to just get repeats. You know, and it's only the Space Marines have lived long enough to be able to go, ah, we're doing this again, I see. Alright. What's next? Here comes the big one. Ah, it's the Stompy Boys. The Crystal Kaiju Questor summoned. It's an Atranger too? Ugh. Fall back, Oz. Looks like they're after you. Okay. It's coming after me. I can't shake it. It's like a predator following you on instinct. Mind games aren't going to work on it. Predator. On animal instinct. Well, then I'll be an animal too. Meow! Cats escape their pursuers by sensing their presence. And even scaredy cats don't give up until the very end. I'm a cat, and we won't get your paws on me, Kaiju! I'll claw my way to victory! Mwah! Nice going, Oz. You got this. Thanks, Edge. But it's not over yet. Stay alert. Right. I'll leave you up if you're here with me. Meow! Great, Oz. Show that thing how it's done. Well, we killed one of them, I guess. Do I? You know what? You stay back, Edge. We're gonna cat these. We're gonna cat these psychos. Here we go. That's the weirdest fucking thing I've seen in a week. Yeah, and a week ago was the last Super Rebel stream, so what does that tell you? Alright, it's time It's time for some murder. Let's get the hacking rig going. Let's verbrot them. All right. Now, can I kill you guys with the leap slasher? No. Can I kill you with the double? Yes. Okay. Mrrr! Edge and I are keeping our lives, including all 9 of mine! Is this supposed to be some kind of losing yourself in the fight thing? I guess it's helping us focus, so if it works for her... Yeah. I am very excited for Immortal Empires. They did like a little like statement of what they were gonna go on. Oh, what do I think of your orc idea of like kit bashing Tyranids into like being like controlled by the orcs? I think I've seen those kinds of models, so if you can do it right, and honestly, kit bashing with orcs is lots of fun. I'd love to see it. I'm very much of the mind, you know, dream big, but always make sure you can actually do what you'd like to do. Here we go. Because if you can do it and it looks good, hell yeah. Because like I'm very much like I'm okay with stuff like that. I'm very lore flexible, in some regards. I assume though that the Tyranids themselves are still physically alive, because otherwise they just kind of rot and fall apart. We're speeding through the Atranges here today. So it turns out these guys were technically Atranges too, and that's true. These were actually units from the Zeta series as well. The crystals were like a completely different weird thing in the Z series. In the like Z1 and Z2, it was like weird dimensional crystal dragons were attacking. They were kind of weird. Az does a murder while meowing like a cat. This is the Az showcase. All right, and there's one more hiding behind the terrain here. I wonder what an orc-made Gundam would look like. I think there's actually at least one picture of that on the internet. I definitely know there's like Orc Optimus Prime and things like that. I'm pretty sure someone's done an Orky Gundam. Like my brain says they have. I think if you think, I wonder if there's an Orc version of something. Like there's a good like 90% chance someone has done it, because Orcs just inspire that kind of like weirdness. There we go. Hiss! Hey, Az. Hackle's down, okay? It's over. It pulled through. What the hell was a monster like that doing here? The next set of coordinates should be the last one. Going by recent history, it's going to be the hardest. It's okay, Edge. We can handle anything if we do it together. Then she starts purring. Az? You don't have to be a cat anymore, you know. Huh? What do... I was just, sighing with relief. Uh-huh. So big juicy fish when we get back to civilization, right? My treat. Edge! Let's continue. I knew Felinoid like that. You really saved our bacon today. What do you want for a prize? Scritches behind the ears? Cat face takoyaki? Just name it. Oh god. Cat face takoyaki? Like I'm shoving us out of the way and like, Edge. Me. Give me the cat face takoyaki, please. What I want for you is to forget this whole day ever happened. You always did like cats, didn't you? Like back in Santiago. Santiago was the first time I touched a cat. I just wanted to pet it, but it kept running away. You're the one who showed me how to get it in my arms. Yeah, I can still remember the way you beamed when you did. What were the techniques you said would get a cat to like you again? I'm trying to remember. 1. Don't act like you're chasing it. 2. Meet the cat's eyes. 3. If it comes to you, wait before you reach out. It worked. I still don't really understand. Did you used to have a cat or something? Nah, never kept one. But I did have some experience with other small temperamental animals. You know the kind? Lonely but too proud to admit it. But feed them and be nice to them and what do you know? They'll gradually warm up to you. Oh, very funny, Edge. Hey, I'm just talking about animals here. Hey, look at the time. Definitely bedtime. Good night. Don't forget to put out the fire. Turning and running at the first sign of trouble, as usual. Thank you, Edge. You're the reason I can be happy now. I hope, after the war, we can keep living together like this. I wonder what Az's reaction to the movie Cats would be. Horror, as any person with a brain would respond to it. If your response to seeing Cats isn't is it just like your jaw like slipping down and you're just going, how much money? How much time? And they redid it. And there we go. Their days to come. The brother and sister reaffirm their bond to fight the Etranger threat for both the world's future and their own. Our wandering friends have sent their regular report from Mars. How's it looking? You were right. Looks like the Etrangers are tracking their positions specifically. I've never regretted being right more. Well, this is a pickle. I think we're good on data then. Let's pick them up. About that. The dimensional distortion is interfering with communications. We can't contact them. Of course. Looks like we've been outplayed. Don't worry, Mitsuba. They'll make it back with all their pieces. Trust me. They've pulled off miracles even Commodore Fikes and Orca Sea didn't expect. But we've just got to trust them on this one. I know. Ma'am, all the teams we dispatched around the Earth sphere have returned to the ship. Our only outstanding sortie is now the Mars team. Captain! Yes, let's make haste. Dear. Yeah, Cats is just one of those things. It's just like, you're like, it's just a musical about cats singing, but everyone's just like, going back to that well over and over again. This is the Vestidas Borealis. Did you say Borealum? Is it Vestidas? Is this the Vestidas Borealum? Unless I thought I'd never see you again, and definitely not like that. Yeah. The whole time we were traveling, the wars were making the world an even worse place to be. Maybe that's why I started having those dreams of the lab. And the piece the Zero Requiem bought didn't help us either. In the end, we decided to split up so we wouldn't remind each other of the hell we left behind. To sever our ties with our past. We're even going to give up the names we've been using. Edge and our sign clause. Felt like my heart was going to implode when we separated. I thought it was my fault, because I wasn't strong enough to get over the trauma from the lab. So I always told myself that I could get over it, I'd be able to see you again, that I had to be strong. You were always strong, Az. You are strong. Edge. And see? We managed to find each other again, and we're even fighting together. That gremlin of a scientist might have sent us here together so we'd remember that. She's a tricky devil, that one. I know. But I think it was more than that. This place is really important to us. Important? Don't you remember? Vestidas Borealis is where we looked for that huge treasure from an ancient civilization. Yeah, but looked in the past tense, right? We can't give up yet. We might find something more if we use the 30th senses on every corner of the ruins. But we had to fight through all those Etrangers to get here. There must be something. We can make it rich if we just work together. If you say so. You get searching. I'll keep an eye out for those Etrangers. Got something! Already? This is amazing, Edge! Real treasure! Hold up, Oz. We've got a dimensional distortion. Oh boy. Oh boy. That is a big oh boy. That's a lot of oh boy. That crystal giant. They're getting serious this time. Hang on, Oz. I'll be right there. I'll be fine. Take care of your own enemies. You serious? They're definitely all focused on you. Trust me, Edge. I'm stronger than you remember. Strong enough to stay with you. Us. This is where we get back together, and that's not where we're going to be torn apart. I'll fight to make sure of that, so we can live out our futures together. Our futures. Come on, Edge. Let's get them everything we've got. You got it. Keep up that spirit. Look out, Atrangers. When my brother and I are together, nothing can stop us. Yeah, still gonna bring him together because Edge hits like a pillow. just gonna drive Edge over here. Gonna fire up the old, elite hacking rig. And then just sorta get cooking, I guess, is probably the thing. Can I leap slash this guy out of existence? No, it's gotta be the double graviton. No, not even that's gonna do the job, actually. Spicy. We'll probably just have to, do it like that then. Both of our lives have been completely messed up by this power that was forced on us. We're not going to let anyone take anything from us ever again. We're free now. The Aurora Borealum. At this time of day, in this part of the Korova sector, localized entirely in the non-canonical ending to Dawn of War Telstorm? Yes. Can I see it? No. That's why we used the elite hacking rig. Probably should have just told her to use a second disc. I don't know why I didn't. Oh well. Yeah, I'm really like. There's actually quite a few like Warhammer 40k stuffs coming down the line that I'm just excited for, but none of them are like coming soon. Because like as much as like Fat Shark just astound me with how they can launch a game and then like suplex it into the ground, I'm still a little interested in Dark Tide. It looks great. And then there's like there's Bolt Gun, which is the I say boomer shooter. It's definitely trying to evoke that sort of feeling. Definitely looking forward to that. Although that's like 2023. Those sorts of things seem really cool and really exciting, and like good things to just sort of sink my teeth into. But it's like Immortal Empires is the closest thing I think we're getting, and I'm very excited for Immortal Empires. Bit of Warhammer fantasy fun. A lot of other stuff's like, here's a really cool card game. I'm just not really into 40k card games. I'm just not into card games in general. I'm just not a card game kind of guy. Can I kill you with the photon rifle? Eventually. It's just the blacks and these guns. Yeah, because we will be getting eventually different colors of the Angelois as well to look out for. Mortal Empires is going to be like the most fun, probably. Like, if you know, I'll definitely, once we get done with this, if we get done with this and I'm not doing anything too pressing, I will definitely drop everything to play more, do like an Immortal Empires campaign. Because they've actually talked about a few things, like, this is what makes it so exciting, is they haven't just talked about, like, how they want to make everything a bit more streamlined, everyone able to move around a lot quicker, things like that. There was like a tweet discussion someone linked to where they talked about how they wanted to also make it that as you completed different victory conditions along the way, you get access to some more funky stuff. Like they mentioned something about like achieving a certain victory condition would then unlock for the vampire counts a 30% reduction on wins and magic costs. So you'd have a reason to keep playing on beyond that. And they've also talked about adding like new mid-game and end-game threats beyond just like, you know, beyond like the chaos end times. They might have like the undead come kicking around, or the biggest war ever kicks off. You know, like, so that's like really exciting as ideas that just will add a little bit of spice to campaigns, and hopefully they'll also work in multiplayer campaigns. Yeah, a mid-game, end-game threat can, like, really take the doldrums out of what you're trying to do. So, I'm definitely 100% behind that. Like, just something that just shakes up the status quo. Because I've had games where I'll be playing as, like the Dark Elves, and it just gets so ridiculously difficult because the enemy is, the enemy, I get where I want to go, but then, like, this giant tide of my enemy just unites against me and starts, like, surging up towards me, and it's like, I can't get anything done, because the enemy is too united, but something like an undead in disruption or something like that might change things around differently. We're going to survive. We're not going to cork it out here. Got a lot of life left to live. With us! Yeah, so yeah, I'm pretty excited for that. I don't know what faction I will stream as. My own personal playthrough will be a Rapun's the Leoness playthrough, but I don't know. I don't know what I play as first. It will obviously depend on when it comes out. Yeah, like the Order Tide, when it was, like, at its height, I still remember being, like, in a fight against the High Elves, and then suddenly just from across the ocean, like, massive stacks of Empire and Dwarf, like armies were, like, coming towards me, and it was like, don't you guys have other things to fight? Like, what the fuck? What are you all doing here? It was like, I couldn't believe it. It was so upsetting because it was like, I wanna play game, please. Oh boy, we're gonna get the shit hacked out of us shortly. Can I just kill that guy from here? Hell yeah, I can. I won't though. Gonna leap slash at this fella instead. Yeah, don't you guys have anything else to fight? Narrative, the answer was no. It was pretty rough. And so that's like, they cleaned up Total Warhammer 2 so that Watertide didn't happen as frequently. But it was just like, trying to get all the disorder factions to have any sort of cohesion together was not impossible. Might be more possible now. You know what, we'll see. God. Okay, Leap Slash is not gonna work for that guy. It's gonna be a lot of dead dudes by the end of this one. They definitely want your protagonist to be pretty buffed up. That's fine by me. My Oz is fight. Yeah, we'll see. Total Warhammer 3 and having, like, an entire, like, a ginormous map to screw around with. I'm really interested to see how that goes. You know, we gotta see when it comes out. They've remarked that one of the big things about the reason why they're calling it a beta is because they haven't finished doing a lot of the lighting work with Total Warhammer 3's lighting on some of the old Total Warhammer 2 and 1 battle maps, which is fine. And also they're still trying to tweak how corruption works so it doesn't become too dominating, because obviously corruption as a mechanic in Total Warhammer 3 is a big freaking deal now. Because you've got different Chaos God types of corruption on top of, like, Chaos corruption and everything, so how that affects everybody and how they can deal with it, mitigate it, or be destroyed by it. Yeah. It'll be interesting. I'll be very interested to see how they do it. Because they're also splitting all of, like, the lords up so they're their own factions. Ugh. What's the matter, Uz? Are you okay? I'm fine. A little tired, that's all. There's pain in my head. Same with Orchidacea in Antarctica. Chief maybe sent us here to... But I can't handle this for long. Exhaustion is already wearing me down. Something going on here. What's wrong with your brain, Az? Do you have the brain damage?
これしか方法がないんならためらってる場合じゃない
And then obviously there'll be things like Parathi who spreads like chaos corruption as like one of her faction traits. And it's like, well, how's she gonna react with that? Is she gonna have like is she gonna benefit from chaos corruption from other chaos gods? Will like she benefit from Slanesh but not from like Khorne, Tzeentch and Nurgle? There are other things as well. Like I brought this up. How are plagues gonna work in the game when like Norska, if you're playing as them, and Clan Pestilence can unleash plagues? Like, will that just, like, not affect Nurgle? Will Nurgle just be like, eh? Eh.
みんなのために
Nurgle just not give a shit?
ヒュッケバインサーティスブラックホールキャノンセット今すべてを解き放つ
Might need to be a bit more careful with how I'm doing attacks, since I'm pretty sure I don't have that many shots left in the tank. So this attritional war is not going so well. Still, we just kabloid the fuck out of that. Okay, now we're back to doing the double graviton rifle. I don't know why we did the big shot.
やるしかない
Oh dear.
全部出し切らなきゃ
Yeah, I think the big thing is they just need to remove the fight the player bias to more of a degree, because
敵を足止めして
the game definitely still has a bit of a case of everyone's gonna like want to punch on with you rather than punch on with one another.
なんとか
I want to see the whole planet just on fire. give me that whole planet on fire. Oh well, we've still got persist, so
今の私ならこの子の力を
but
引き
yeah,
出せ
the people who are making the Total Warhammer 3 stuff now is the DLC team. They weren't responsible for the game at launch, and they've already put forward a lot of really entertaining ideas, which quite frankly are just gonna like push the game, if they pull it off, into like an incredible directions. So like fingers crossed they can pull off even half of what they're promising, because they're promising a lot of good stuff. Alright, ours has got probably about another 5 shots. Oh god. There's 11 of them left though. That's right, I hit 1. Yeah, lead slasher.
やり方が体に染みついてる必殺のコンビネーションだ
And of course, the big thing Cool Guy and I've been talking about is playing like, and I think I've mentioned it before, playing a great game, multiplayer game of Total War Warhammer 3: Immortal Empires, wherein that we're not just like we're all playing as like an individual Chaos Gods, like a mono god faction. So one for Khorne, one for Slanesh, one for Nurgle, one for Tzeentch, and I'm just trying to think of how we can do that where like
兄さんのフォロー
we can encourage just fucking with one another, but not outright like turning on one another. So like I was thinking of like I've been thinking about what sort of house rules we can establish for that sort of a game, just to make it funny. All right. Well. Okay. Yeah, it might be time to break out the some of the fancier stuff here. Hip Slasher? Hip Slasher will not do it. Oof, okay, we might be in trouble. Just kidding. I feel like the best way to do it, like the great gang thing, is just to sort of have it's just sort of have stated rules on how often we can like fight one another, and be trying to sort of like figure out ways that we can sort of like, we're allowed to do agent actions against one another but not fight against one another directly. So Zinch can still do stuff like move our terrain around and stuff like that. But at the same time, you know, like, just sort of like try and argue against like stuff that would lead to direct conflict while having also like maybe like things we need to do in order to sort of like score points for ourselves, sort of thing. It's definitely one of those things I will spend a lot of time thinking about. In the because like I would love more than anything to just gonna have to use the double graviton rifle. I didn't wanna have to kill this guy. Maybe even like having point scoring systems for depending on like having, you know, yeah, that's probably a good one too. Kuga talking about like forbidding capturing like cities held by others, by other players and things like that. I feel like we want to have a point system perhaps for the different ways that you can just like take enemy capitals or pursue certain goals and things like that. We've still got persist up, so you know what, I'm gonna let this guy hit his attack so that I can just sort of cheese my way through it. Like, I'd like to see like if a person plays as Scarbrand or as any other Corn Lord, I'd like them to get points for the number of like accumulated titles that you get from like beating enemy lords put on it, or for like Slanesh, maybe getting points for how many cults they have established throughout the world and things like that. I almost killed that guy. But this must be the Smasher, actually. I thought that other attack from before was the Smasher. I think this is the Smasher. Which is fine, because Uz has persist on until the first time she gets hit. And that was the first time she got hit, so... The biggest thing would be trying to work out what Nurgle could get for points, because Nurgle's a bit more weird in that regard. Oh, I forgot to multi-action it. Oh. I'm just gonna trick attack. Alright. I can live with that. Man, that one graviton, that one like black hole shot kinda scuppered a lot of my plans. Should pay more attention when I'm doing things, whatever. Yeah, that's the biggest problem with Nurgle is like plagues come and go, like the growth cycles for his stuff. Yeah, like so it would be pretty tricky to sort of like to figure it out. Maybe the trick is just giving them points based on the variations of plagues they come up with. You know, like basically just be like record down every kind of plague they've done and just be like, this is a new plague that I've concocted. So for every variation they manage to pull off, they'll get points. And for every and then like maybe like a smaller number of points if they inflict said plague on a different like faction. It does kind of seem like the thing that might require like a rules keeper and also involve a lot of people squabbling with one another as well, which, to be perfectly honest, is very on brand for Chaos, so I'm okay with it. And then we gotta like work out how much these points are worth. Anyway, single experience point for that. Alright. Let's go Trick Attack, multi-action. At this point we are definitely getting into the trying very hard not to die section of the game. Okay, so seeing how many like places get like the Nurgle spread to them, getting points for like chain plaguing, basically. That'd be cool, actually. It'd be like it's like when you get like increased points for like a combo. I can kind of dig that. Okay. I'm doing some absolutely cheesy stuff now here. For Slanesh, I definitely think would have to be like establishing chaos cults, and yeah, like for Slanesh it would be establishing chaos cults, successfully seducing like enemy factions to be diplomatically aligned with them, and also just like giving gifts of Slanesh to certain like enemy leaders and things like that, getting points based on where they sit in like the hierarchy, I would think. Just can I like murder this guy with? No, man. That's a little bit sad. Can you kill this one instead? No. But you will use Sleep Slasher instead, so I'm cool with that. Poor old H. he just hasn't been fed the combat programs Oz has. Yeah, so like we'll probably have to sit down, just like you, me, and the other two people that we organized for the game. And you know, and we'll figure out what sort of like a great game we'll get going. like as I said, like when we were talking in Discord last night as well, Kogai, like we had the thing where they're also releasing a Lord pack, and I think it's got 4 Lords in it, so we might be getting like 1 for each Mono God. And I know Be'lakor's getting his own faction in Immortal Empires as well, so... You know, if we ever wanted to get a 5th, and then just like get bonus points for like making them miserable. I feel like that's gonna be a thing too, is like the one thing that'll give everyone the most points is just whoever fucks over Be'lakor the hardest. Like the Be'lakor bonus, I think would probably be pretty good. But that would depend on where Be'lakor starts in relation to everybody else, because some might, depending on their positioning, just have an easier time of making Be'lakor miserable than others. You know, the Be'lakor bashing bonus. What's wrong with Trick attack, multi-action. Can I just blow this guy up? No, I can't. I gotta go all in with the big shots here, otherwise they'll wipe us out. He must always be around to haunt us. The big thing regarding Be'lakor is that we have to institute a point penalty for eliminating him. He must always be around to haunt. So basically, every time you do something that ruins Be'lakor's day, you gain points, but it's a massive points deficit if you're the one who wipes him out. If he's killed by any other faction, it's okay. But it becomes like this meta game where you've got to try and like, if another faction's going to wipe him out, you have to decide if you're going to like fight that other faction just so you can keep Be'lakor around to pump him for points. Which is actually probably the funniest thing I think we've ever come up with, and I'm 100% down for this horrible, horrible, horrible thing we've come up with. Good lord. I'm glad I can just keep doing this with ours, right? Because this would be pretty bad otherwise. Yeah. Oh boy. Just I think it would be very important for us to do. Okay, stay with me here. Giant real type with 2 gigantic hammers for shoulders. And the handles of the hammers are also stakes. Honestly, that just reminds me of Baron Daban, though he's a little bit different. He's got a he's got giant balls on his shoulders held by electricity and just like beats people to death, I think. And also his theme song is like sung as like his voice being, his name being said over and over again. God, like the great game does sound like it's like a fun little like campaign idea to just play with friends. And I don't know if Grid's still here or not. He said he's trying to get people together. Unfortunately, I work most weekends, so I would be able to take part in like an 8-player multiplayer game over the weekend of Total War Warhammer 3, which is very upsetting. We won. Yeah, by the skin of our teeth. Yeah, really. How's Alt and Weiss doing? Ah, you missed it last week. We had lots of Alt and Weiss action, mostly just Weiss action. We had a stage where we deployed only female pilots, so Excelon got to stretch her wings. Yeah, by the skin of our teeth. What? Oh no! More of them! How many of those do they have left? This might be the end of the line. I'm not giving up yet. The two of us can handle anything, remember? No matter how bad it looks. Yeah, I'm with you, Oz. We'll fight as long as we can move. Up. The cavalry has arrived. Oz, look! The tree's Traeger! You came for us, Mitsuma! I wish we'd made it earlier, Oz. That's alright. We're both still alive. Our mission is now concluded, right? I need a little rest. Hey, Oz, talk to me! Sorry, Edge, I just need a moment. So this is it. I'm heading north. You should just head south. Yeah. Hey, I like the outfit. Your hair too. You picked these clothes and did my hair. I'll stay like this forever. So you'll always be able to find me. Right. Hey, you should change your name. Make a fresh start for yourself. But I'll always be your sister, no matter what. So this is how they account for the fact that, like, you know, you might rename your character as something else. They're like, no, that's not their original name. That's just a pseudonym they took on, which is kind of cute in its own way. Yeah, we'll meet again, I bet, us, when we're both stronger. Thank you, Edge. I'm sure we'll see each other again someday. Oz! Edge, where am I? Are you feeling okay? You have me worried to death. I must have passed out after the battle. I'm guessing you crashed off the edge of your adrenaline high. If I'd been more on the ball, you would have had to push yourself. This is all my fault. No, it's not. I fought because I wanted to survive and live with you. And we did it. We're both here alive. That's all I care about. Oh, and what about that relic I picked up with the 30th? It's fine. I snuck it into my private quarters. We could live real comfortably on all that cash. Well, half of it's all yours. But I'm staying here on the Dristraga. Wait, what? Us? We're going to leave the war behind and live out our lives together, weren't we? I'm sorry. I can't leave. I made this decision. Okay. It's up to you. What? I remember when you were too scared to come out from behind me. I'm not going to argue with the decision you've made for yourself. It was the captain who made you grow up like that, right? Into someone who could choose her own purpose. The captain taught me a lot of very important lessons. That I'll stick with you too. It's your call what to do with the money. I don't want to force you to do anything. I'm independent now, remember? Hey, don't get too ahead of yourself, Missy. Got a lot more to learn. I'm not leaving you alone until you get there. You could. A little. Us, you're awake! Captain, I'm sorry I worried you. No. I'm sorry for sending you on such a dangerous mission. Yeah, seriously. You're gonna need some serious medical compensation for... Edge, quiet. Still, just... I knew the risks when I accepted this mission. This is not the captain's responsibility. But, additionally, there's something to report. During the mission, we located an ancient relic. Hey, what's the secret? You said it was my call what to do with it, didn't you? A relic? And you were at the Vastitas Borealis? Is it gold? It is. As recovered in the course of our duties, I'd like you to use it for Time Warriors purposes. Really? But us? I thought you'd really want that money. I'm a member of the Time Warriors, fighting for peace and freedom. Thank you, Oz. That's one more time I owe you big. Isn't that what a team is? Helping each other? I learned that from you, Captain. Okay, never mind. Maybe you are an adult. But you're still my little sister. I'll protect you however I can until this war ends. And after that is up to you. We'll be together until then, Oz. So yeah, we got a lot of money. We got a shitload of money that we could use to just, like, pour into anybody and everybody. It's cool. We could, like, continue to just, like, pour money into making us, like, the strongest murderer in history. So yeah, that was the three-part story of Oz and Edge, sort of, like, covering a lot of things that we missed by not doing the relic mission. So that was good. She's not one-shotting bosses yet. You're right. You're right. She's not one-shotting bosses yet. That's right. She's not one-shotting bosses yet. Yep. Yep. Well, this is what you asked for. This is what you're getting. Oh god, what was the EN? I have to go back and look, because you've just said nice EN. Hold on. Was it 420? Was it 420? Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Alright. How nasty does Alt get at max? Oh, everyone's nasty at max, don't you worry about that. Like, everyone is like a monster at max. But now... God, I've got to try and find out... Here we go. Power Unleashed. To get stronger, Our protagonist takes a long look in the mirror, with help of their friends. So here we go. This is the Oz Gets a Whole New Attack mission. So we're going to do this one first. Moving to the mission point, Andy's Mountain Range. So let's go. What's our reason for suddenly heading to the Andes now? I believe we should investigate the Pillar of Light still present there. The relics of the divine civilization Eos. The gates to subspace. The Federation has been attempting to analyze the pillars as part of research into dimensional control, but they haven't produced much of note from it. Furthermore, it's clear that those pillars warp spacetime in our world and cause DBDs, which means they're essentially pests that call in Estrangers. Which is why the Federation has decided to seal the pillars as part of their plan to deal with the Estrangers. Wait, you have a method for sealing them? Chief Mavie said she has something worth trying at least. I know it's nothing new, but Chief Mavie really does work miracles for us. Hard to believe she'd managed to analyze the completely foreign technology of Eos and even prepare a countermeasure against it. Ah, yes. Is there something on your mind? Even if we're unsure, we must move forward. That has been our guiding principle this entire war. I'm not entirely convinced sealing the Pillars of Light is the correct thing to do, but for now we have to deal with things as they happen. Understood. For now, let's make for the Andes. It's in your hands, Chief Mavie. Oz doesn't just get more murder, she gets a whole new attack. I can't keep doing this. What's wrong, Az? Don't tell me you're giving up. 1,000 swings. You can do it. Wait, please. Just a short break. The real training only begins once all your extraneous strength is melted away. That's a lot to ask. Save the whining for later. Time to move to the next step. You're all being pretty tough on a girl like this. Muscles are always worth the effort. That goes for boys and girls alike. I know I asked for help with training, but how will swinging a sword and training my muscles make the 30th stronger? It probably won't. Wait, what? The 30th isn't lacking power. Isn't the real problem you and your ability to draw out that power? That's true. From your comments, it sounds like the greatest challenge is maintaining the black hole engine at full output. Well, one mistake could end with me losing control and causing a massive explosion. At the moment, you're only using the full output when you fire the black hole cannon, but given the time it takes the weapon to cycle, its use is fairly limited right now. It should be much easier to use in a more flexible fashion if you could just keep the black hole engine's power at a steady level. I understand all that, but how does that relate to me swinging a sword? Basically, the point they're trying to make is that you gotta stop clinging to the throttle like it's gonna blow up, and just relax a bit. Relax? Look, kid, youth is all about giving everything your all. That's not how you win. Getting full control of the black hole engine is the best way to improve the 30th. You must learn how to do that. The moment when you're fully exhausted is when you stop putting unnecessary force into things, and your senses are sharpest. Therefore, you must push yourself into that state so you can learn to use a more delicate touch when controlling the 30th. This is sounding less like pilot training and more like a martial arts lesson. It is, though! This is the way of the robot! Your goal must be to become one with the machine, to reach that ultimate pinnacle. One with the machine. Can the 30th and I even accomplish that? Let's do this, Az. I'll be right there with you. I'm here with you too. I also want to get stronger. Yeah, don't you let them show you up, Az. Everyone's here to help me. I can't give up just because I'm tired. I have to keep going. Pardon me, Chief Mavie. Welcome to the Mavie Clinic. No matter your concern, we can treat it in a pinch. I'm gonna guess that didn't land the way I hoped. No, thank you for making time to help with my mental care. There's been a lot of people who brought it to my attention, most of all the captain. Seems like you've been pretty down lately, Oz. Thank you very much. I don't know if there's anything I can really do per se, but I can tell you how I like to deal with stress. More of that occult story? Since you're here, why don't you learn something? Here. It's the story of the black-haired woman's retribution. One of my favorites now. I remember seeing these pages last time I saw this. We are technically doing this out of order. There's like two more instances before this, but I wanted to get this attack in as a single stage, so, you know. Because we're gonna need it. I went to extreme lengths to find the missing portion. It took quite a bit of time and money. In fact, even after all that, I still don't have all of it. Use the budget of the Time Warriors for your own interests? No. First of all, the black-haired woman's retribution isn't mine. It was in the Dristrager's main system when we got here. What? In other words, this heart-rendingly awful story and the Dristrager have some kind of relationship, or at least it looks that way. So yeah, there's like an old like Japanese story, horror story, in like the Dristrager's like logs. And that's kind of worrying. What does that even mean? Well, With Commodore Fikes gone, we'll never know the answer for sure. Doubt you'll get anything out of Orca to see it either, hidden in the system as she is. Still, with the early parts of the story in hand, I have some clues, vague though they are. What's that? The heroine of Black-Haired Woman's Retribution, Kagaribi, was dimensionally displaced. She was what? A foreign princess who arrived in a deep black light, and the various stories she took part in. The story is almost impossibly realistic, especially given the unusual style of fiction at the time. The Tristraga's core was brought by Orca to see her along with the ship when she displaced here from another world, right? That's right. I believe the Tristraga, Kagaribi, and the DVDs are all connected by a single thread. So, my intuition is telling me that this black-haired woman's retribution story, this whole series of events with the DVDs are related. So I've just got a hunch that knowing how Kagaribi came to this world will prove useful. We owe a lot to your brilliant intuition. This time I feel like you're really reaching. You're not wrong. This is why half in my own interest and half in pursuit of something useful. Don't worry, I'm not trying to use occult woo-woo to escape from reality. I see. We'll be arriving at our next destination soon, so we'll be counting on you. Hopefully we can find some kind of clue there. Also, I think it has some connection to you. Power unleashed. We're back here again. Back at this godforsaken hole. Alright, so let's bring out the alt. And then we'll bring out some characters who were hanging out and chatting. Yeah. How to blow up planet Earth in one easy, oh my god, full throttle. Let's bring along 5J Decker because this is an important level for them, and well, honestly, I think at this point we might bring out. Robertus is doing alright. I'm just sort of thinking Ultraman. Hayato, and one last one. Let's bring out the Gruen Gust. And here we go! All mobile teams have deployed. All units will remain on high alert. The likelihood that we'll encounter resistance of some sort is high. South American Pillar, huh? This is where we first fired the Brave Cannon. Come to think of it, Shadowmaru was all hung up on power back then. Please don't dredge up embarrassing moments from my past. I think I know how you must have felt now. Us. I want power too. Enough power to never lose to anyone. All units, be on alert. We've got incoming! Here they be! Those wacky Atrangers and their wacky, wobbly, time-traveling, dimensional coupling mobiles. I wasn't expecting the Atrangers to show up here. Must have come to protect the Pillar of Light. Suspend investigating the pillars. All units engage the Atrangers! Az, you're too far forward. You're gonna get Swiss cheesed if you don't get back. Is she risking herself on purpose to try to push herself? I just want to put what I've learned in training into practice. Alright then, don't sweat it. We've got your back. Let's go, 30th. You and I, pilot and power, becoming one. I'll blow away this fog that's been covering my heart while I'm at it. Yeah. I'm okay with that, if you're okay with that, Az. Let's get driving and killing. A lot of the turn is spent getting everyone into position, but that's okay. That puts you in a real awkward position. It's like maybe I don't want to be like halfway away from everybody. Have you ever thought about how I feel about that game? Oof. Okay then. Definitely don't want to get hit.
入ガンダムは伊達じゃない。
He said the line!
インファンネル。
I think Ernie does it better though. God, like they put the Pillar of Light like directly in the middle of like the ruin. That's just rude. The Mayans were probably using that, you know. Assuming I have the geography correct. Or was it the Incans? Oh no. I'm showing my absolute like lack of knowledge on the subject already. Well, let's keep the good times rolling on. Not much killing to do at this juncture. Oh dear! Look at it, just smack dab in the middle there. Well, pretty obvious. I am very much out of my element when it comes to South American history. Let's call it. Love the Deimos' spinny faces. Behold the power of my spinny face! Don't worry about it. The sword techniques of the Dan of Killsday is a mystery to everybody. He just attacks that fast. Yeah, it's a mystery to Dan in particular. God, there's gonna still be a lot of. I'm almost gonna just activate boss on this turn, just because I fully expect like the counterattack to like smash through everyone. So I'm just gonna rowdy cheer this. I love my absolute ignorance field has now just got people with like dropping history facts. We got Bullseye over here. Thank you very much. Yeah, I say I don't know something, and immediately everyone just starts like hitting up big facts. Google suddenly just gets like slammed with all these requests. Damn. Didn't even tickle that health bar, huh? Actually, I can hit you with probably like 5 of those, actually. But anyway. Get us with 5 of those and it wouldn't matter, and then the sixth one would kill you. Yeah. Bravery and math don't go hand in hand, so it's all good. Man, these big boys be tanky. But I guess we kind of already knew that. It's just so weird having the post endgame enemies being like enemies from like a completely different game. I'm wondering if like COVID had something to do with this. Alright. Well. It's still my favorite. Just the sheer amount of sword throwing that we actually have going on in this game. Yeah, sorry, Idom, you're out of range. Yeah, so we might have just ridiculously overbuffed us just a smidgen in the last interaction. Yeah, just a little bit. Just I think the pills of light, the relics of Eos. Something about all this gives me a horrible feeling. Do I even have any hope of winning? And it's like, yeah, she's about to get her power up in the form of a final attack, and it's just like we just like literally poured like. If we'd done that to her before doing the previous stage, I wouldn't have even like had to worry about energy. At this point, it's just like, okay, now we're disgusting. So I just muted my microphone while a phone call came in. We must be getting close to like the end of financial year, and I didn't know like phone scammers like had to like do tax reports like everybody else, but they're definitely 100% going absolutely berserko this month, just calling constantly. Yeah, it is always weird when a character asks, do I even have a chance of winning when a like machine? The Shinka line got upgraded. You might have missed it, but the Shinka line is now like it's fused with the other machine, so now it's funny. Yeah, no, it is. It's the end of the like. I wasn't joking. Like, I am entirely convinced the reason why we've suddenly got such a flurry influx of them is because like we are coming up at the end of the financial year, the end of the fiscal quarter. It probably didn't help as well that I accidentally put like a few stream episodes up on the VOD up on YouTube like in the wrong order and had to fix them every time I realized. Oh god! At the very least, I'm sort of like getting it back there. You guys think you can punch from range, but Hikaru's got some range on her as well, and she's gonna regen most of this back. I mean, I know all these scam calls are scam calls because their phone numbers are all like incomprehensible, like gibberish. They're like, there's absolutely no chance that they're from anyone even like 100 kilometers within like my field. They're just random numbers. If I called any of them back, they'd probably go to like a person's house and they'd be like, huh? I mean, every so often I'll get calls on my phone from people saying they got a call or they're returning a call or something. And it's hard to tell if they're a scam or someone who's just been scammed. And like, my phone number's been used. Thankfully, I haven't received a torrent of abuse, so I don't know. Like, I live in hope. The scam ecosystem is a very scary thing. It's just like, and I had a dude calling when I was streaming like 2-3 weeks ago, and was like, "Hey, dude, we're from your phone operator. We want to like try and get you on a different plan because the one you've got kind of sucks, and I get paid a commission if you switch over." And I'm like, I don't make these sorts of deals over the phone, man. You could be the most legit person on the planet, but I got no assurance of that. And I live near a place. I'll go in. I'll get it sorted then, and I do plan on doing that sometime this week or next week. Because there's just no way. There's just no way. I don't even bother answering him anymore because like nothing will ever top the dude who called me back after I hung up on him, and he told me to like go walk into a lake and drown and die. I was like, that was like, bless him. If he tried to sell me something after that, I probably would have bought it. But like, I never said anything to him. He was like, "Hello, hello," and I just hung up because I was like, I don't know who this is. It's clearly a scam caller. And he just called. Like, I hang up, and then immediately I get called again, and I'm like, should I? So I pick it up. And he goes, "Okay, well, you could just go walk into a lake and drown and die. Thank you," and hung up. And I was just like, that guy has had a day. That guy has had, like, a day. And I don't feel sorry for him, but holy shit, I'll let him have this victory. Like, I was just like, holy shit. It was a thing of beauty. It was a thing of amazement. Because it's only when you pick up that like it puts them onto a person. So like I just like go to an answering machine, the thing doesn't hear a human voice say hello, so they don't get switched over to a caller. So I don't have to worry about whoever the poor guy working in the scam sweat house has to like go home and tell his parents he did to himself that day, to his family. I was just like, I don't have to contribute to his bad day getting worse. He you know, they'll never have to worry about me in that context. Oh, dear. I just fall into a lake and drown and die. Thank you. Yeah, like with my phone, a phone call is almost never good news. It's always the phone. The phone is a harbinger of like time being and money being wasted. If I'm getting like contacted on my phone, it's because something's going horribly wrong.
少古臭い武装だが威力は関係ない。バカ。
Bye, friend. She's on fire today. They definitely led with the strongest to excellent today. I always have to explain to people Excellent is the best character in the show no matter what show she's in. They'll understand one day without me having to explain it to them with charts. There she goes. Now, when she performs a support attack, it is dealt at full damage, not half damage. That is an incredibly powerful setup with Kyosuke. Let's just say that. I mostly picked Ultraman because there's somebody every time who's always like, when I'm like picking units, they're like, Ultraman? Ultraman? And I'm always just like, and I always see it after I've already like selected everybody. So this time I made sure I got Ultraman out before it. I don't remember who it is. This one's for you if you ever see this, buddy. Alright, let's see what trouble we can cause these fools. Ultraman, capitals. Last week it was you. Yeah, I don't know, like, I feel like it happens. Maybe I'm just imagining, but I feel like it just keeps happening. Enough that I regret that it happens. So I've made sure it doesn't happen this time. Thanks, Mitsuko. Put you over here. Get the Goron back in for a little bit of drilling. Going home in an urn. It was kind of funny, everyone just crowding around ours being like she's there swinging a sword and everybody else is just like forming a big crowd around her in the hangar. So I'm surprised no one got slapped in the face. Excellent. How is it, Oz? Feeling powered up yet? I'm not sure. Hey, watch out! Now's not the time for a chat. Ah, it's the spooky ones. That's the black humanoid unit we fought before. That machine. Is it trying to deliberately pick a fight? Hey, don't get crazy, Oz. You're acting odd. Maybe, but I can't stop myself. I'll put you down with the black hole cannon. No, they're too close. That's bad. There's no way to use the black hole cannon if they're sticking that close. They're at just the right spot to trash the 30th. This isn't good. Wait, this is... Stop! I am myself! Energy readings from the Huckbine's 30th are spiking. This must be... She's sending the black hole engine into overdrive! What are you doing, Oz? My hands, my body, they won't do what I... If I don't do something, the black hole engine's gonna... Eject us! Now! I'm sorry, Captain. Get everyone out of range. I will... We can get the black machine off of you. You don't need to self-destruct. I'm not doing this to get rid of the enemy. I'm doing this to get rid of myself. What do you... I can't explain why, but I know I'm going to stop being myself if this keeps going on. I'm sorry, 30th. All this happened because you had me as your pilot. You know, when I first saw you, I thought you kind of seemed like me. You never asked for the power you have. Because you have it, it's put you through all of this. Oz! Answer me, Oz! I'm sorry, Captain. In the end, I was only ever just a puppet. Oz! Captain, the reason I fight, the reason I live, the Captain's voice. I can still hear it. I remember, I accepted my own power and I decided to use that power to live. Because Mitzvah taught me how I could live. Power isn't the problem. The problem is whether I can overcome the weakness in myself that keeps me from using it well. Sorry, 30th. I rejected myself so much I even rejected you. Just like the Captain shows me the way, I'll show you how to use your power. The 30th output is stabilizing, and at a tremendously high level. Us. As long as the Captain is here with me, I can be myself. I know 30th. I can understand it all. It's all so clear now. You and I both wanted to find a reason why we were born, and now we have become one. I am myself. No one can touch my heart without my permission. Right now I can move this throttle in microns. Let's go, 30th. Give them the full force of your new power.
今の私ならこの子の力を引き出せる。覚悟を決めて突っ込む。まだ終わらない。オーバーブレイク。
Shikwan, Kana, Rockin! Black hole engine you all worked on for me is the best. You bet it is. Only the best for the best like you, Oz. Holy heck! All that took was one hit! She must have focused the full power of the black hole engine into her beam sword. That's great, Oz! Sure become strong, Oz. Truly, you've become one with your machine. Excellent. Once again, Oz and all of them have overcome Eos. Commodore Fikes, this surely must have been your goal. Can you still fight, Oz? I lost myself for a moment, but I found myself once again. All units, the Black Rangers are very powerful machines. Be wary of them. I can do this, together with the 30th. Then do it, Oz. Show me all you can do. I will. The 30th and I will give all our all. Yeah, so there we go. We've got the new attack now. Oz has now got the super fuck off giant power beam sword, or as they like to call it, the Roche Saber Overbreak. And as you can see, it's pretty much on par with the full impact black hole cannon, but it's post movement, so you can drive up and smash someone with it. That's it. Also, if you've got anything which boosts melee attacks, you can equip that to it, and it'll take advantage of it. So, you know, go crazy. Whoa, whoa. You know what? I'm tired of these guys already. Let's do this. Let's start chopping our way through them now. I'm officially done with this. It's time to start killing strangers. Everyone gets a turn being badass.
俺たちが真の勇者かどうか今わかる。俺たちの武器は勇気、正義、闘志。お楽しみはこれからだ。ブッチエンジンフルパワーアミーゴボンバディーノ。俺たちが勇者だ。
Yeah, didn't have luchadors in your home dimension, did you, you sucker? That's the nice thing about like getting everyone fully upgraded is at the very least, and it's so funny to say, is that like when you start upgrading them like and making them supremely powerful, you get to use a lot of their like cheaper attacks that you don't see a huge amount of. And so like over the course of like the 15 mission, like from the 15 mission DLC pack that we played through before, we got to see a lot of like attacks we probably hadn't seen for a while. So once we get everybody else super upgraded, you know, depending on who we decide to super upgrade, because honestly, we will be super upgrading a few people along the way. Sort of see where we'll see where it all takes us. But at the very least, we'll start to get to see them throw out some of their weaker attacks. I love that sequence. it's like the biggest slice of ham, like on serving, is just the two dudes, their silhouettes next to each other. Now, my brother, it is time for us to unleash our full power. Yes, indeed.
れらに立てぬものなし。
It's one of those. It's one of those, you know, those goofy tropes you just love to see. Yeah, Ransel's voice doesn't echo. Fucking this Angus does. It's so weird, but at the same time, it's just like you just know it's just reverb in the cockpit. It's just Sango is just like his voice is just echoing. It's always so funny because outside of it, he's very subdued. He's, you know, like, you know, he's still got like a very intense aura about him, but he's actually very approachable. He's very empathetic. He's very thoughtful. He can't handle sweetness, so he likes his coffee straight black. And he can't handle alcohol in the slightest. Like one drop knocks him out. I was just happy we managed to capture at least one moment of him telling someone to shut up and listen. And it was fucking Alexis of all villains. He's just like, this is like, oh, I too scared to speak, and just like fucking Sega just being like, be silent. He's just like, what? There's really only one other character that can get away with doing that to villains, and that's Rom Stoll. And I always forget the name of the series Rom Stoll is from. But he's basically a character who basically every time he's in a Super Robot Wars game, they have a long period where you can't recruit him, but he appears and just like constantly sasses the shit out of whatever villain is there, and they'll always be like, "What?" Like they'll be in their big villain moment, and he'll just start like doing this narrative about what it means to be a hero or what justice means, etc., etc. And someone's like, he's always like appears in silhouette, and the villain is always like, "What? Who the hell is talking?" And he just goes, "You do not deserve to know my name." Every time. And it's just like, it doesn't get old. Like, it's brilliant every single time he does it. Because you're just waiting for the enemy to just like put their foot in it. You're waiting for the villain to just like be like, "What? Who are you?" And then just like, it's like The Rock asking somebody what their name is, and the person goes to answer, and he just yells back, "It don't matter what your name is." You know, like people just walk into that with Rom Stoll. So it's just like, you love to see it. Doesn't matter what your name is. It doesn't matter what your villainy is. It doesn't matter what your name is. Was the Attitude Era's version of Who Asked. And there we go, great ace for like that was ever going to be in any doubt. And there are just 4 enemies left. And we've got enough to really just like get rid of most of them. I'll never get tired of it just being like, thanks dad, thanks son who's like my age, fuck. It's like, you don't even care about like the time stream, do you, man? Like, alright. God, this is an attack we rarely ever use actually, the flash sword.
誰が相手でも負けるもんか感じるみんなの心をみんなの想いを私たちは一つマジックナイトの使命を今こそ輝く未来を守ってみせます
I feel like that's the first time we've done it as a dynamic finisher as well. So there we go. Now, can we max cannon this guy out of existence with full bravery? We cannot. Alright then. Then we're gonna have to leave this to us to do.
動きのパターンを私の超 AI で見抜くおとなしくしやがれ準備はいいかファイヤージェネッカおチェンジマックスキャノンファイヤージェネッカマックスキャノンモード逃がしはしないそこだチャージ完了マックスキャノンファイヤー
Close though. Spooky bandages. So ridiculous. But in a good way. Alright, so let's... I understand, 30th. That engine inside you has brought you nothing but sorrow. But now you have me. I'll carry your sadness and we'll fly high together. Please, 30th, give me all your strength. I genuinely have no idea what she's talking about. You know what? Having a spooky, scary Explodo engine, I guess, beats me.
接近戦に持ち込むしかないできることを精一杯行けロシセイバー
Okay then. Let's just do that much damage, shall we? And then we'll finish her off with a classic. Give him the old photon rifle. We've created a monster. And there we go. All hostiles have been neutralized. That Black Atranger was unbelievably strong. Let's just hope we won't see more of them every single time we seal one of these pillars. Chief Mavie? Dimensional boundary waveform coefficient and waveform confirmed. Now to hit it with the neutralization wave. There we go. We've closed a pillar. The pillar's gone. Amazing, Chief Mavie. This was an incredible success. It was a long shot. We're lucky it worked at this time. I don't know if I can make it work again. Chief Mavie? Pillars of Light, the DBDs. That strange voice only I can hear. We're a long way from the end of this struggle, I guess. It's like some melodrama. I'm just like, I don't understand it. All of which should clearly highlight the fact that your actions were an enormous risk. I'm very sorry. Do you regret your actions? I do. Promise I will not attempt to cause the 30th to self-destruct again. It is a very valuable machine. So you don't understand at all, Oz. Huh? You are right that the 30th is a top-secret machine and you have an obligation to protect it. But losing you, losing Oz, the person I care about, would have hurt so much more. Captain, do you know how worried I was about you? I'm very sorry. I'm not the only one. None of the Time Warriors wants to lose one of their dear comrades. That's like she just gestures at the victory cast. Look how many deaths we've already prevented. So promise me you'll never ever do something so crazy again. But I have to protect you, Captain. I'd say if you make me sad, that's a pretty big failure when it comes to protecting me. Well, if anything happened to you, Oz, you'd probably never be able to smile again. That's awful. You should have a smile on your face forever. Then promise me. Promise you'll always come back alive. I'll try. I know how hard you try in everything you do, Az. That's close enough to a promise. Thank you so much, Captain. Once again, I found a reason to live. And that reason is also why I can't give in to whoever it is who's trying to control me. Someone's trying to reach into Oz's brain. All they're going to find is pictures of kittens, though. Good luck, sucker. Alrighty. So we've done that. I think we've actually unlocked an ace conversation too, which is... We'll flick over to that right now. Oh yes, an excellent ace chat, of course. Congratulations, excellent. I heard you made ace pilot. Why, thank you, Oz. Care to join me for a round of celebratory drinks? I'm a bit young for that. Ah, that's a shame. You know, I was hoping to ask you some stories for your past. Well, my past isn't exactly party story material. Right. I won't pry if you'd rather not share, of course. But if you ever do want to come to sorry, I'll start that again. But if you ever do want to come to me with anything, consider my door wide open. Especially if it involves romance. Sure, I'll let you know if it ever comes up. Uz, honey? Yes? Remember, there's always a way to get old baggage to the dump. That goes double when you're in this group. Thank you, excellent. You're right. I'll remember that. A bunch of lions show up in Az's memory and they'll just go, rawr. So yeah, that kind of more or less sums Exelon up. Yeah, she puts on the funny, goofy, eccentric act, but like when it comes down to it, she's actually a lot sharper, a lot cleverer, and a lot more empathic than people realize. She's good egg. She's good egg. Alright, so I'm gonna save They Are the OG team till once we've completed these other ones. So we're gonna start with the encroaching threat. As the war with the Atrangers heats up, the team senses who might be behind it all. Well, this is a problem. A problem? What's wrong? It's not quite what I was hoping to hear about your research. What's the problem, Chief Mavie? I've called you all here hoping to get this displaced thing wrapped up before we start counter-Atranger operations in earnest. The Combat Review, the Volts team, and Kasua and Bullet's displacement. I'm pretty certain now that these are all related. You think there are similarities between our displacement and the others, beyond the obvious surface-level stuff? The distortion frequency in the DBDs you all arrived through have a slightly unique quality compared to the others we've seen. If, as Captain Nagami has theorized, the DVDs are being caused intentionally, it reinforces the idea of there being intent behind this. So that means there's some kind of shared quality between us. I've been taking a look at it from a few different perspectives based on that assumption, but honestly, I'm coming up short. So we still don't really know what's going on. It's kind of a bummer. Come on, Hiyoshi. Don't you go getting all down on us now. Taijiro's right. That's a rude thing to say to Chief Mavie, Hiyoshi. Sorry, Chief. Real talk doesn't bother me. If anything, I could use your perspectives. Have you noticed anything relevant on your end? Some kind of commonality we all share. Oh, I know. Ippai and I are alike. Cowboy and cowgirls go together. Well, the name Ichiro and the name Kenichi both have the kanji for Ichi in them. Oh, actually, Ippei's got that character too. Also, Sakura and Megumi are both super-class Japanese ladies who know martial arts. Oh, I guess you could say the Bullet and Ogami have similar hairstyles too. More at the point, I don't think that has anything to do with being displaced. Thank you. Thank you, Sakura, for dragging the other two idiots back into the conversation. Let me help out here. I don't really mean on an individual level. I kind of meant from a big picture perspective. Well, how about this? No, Erica, how about no? I just reach over, I just pinch your lips closed. No. The combat review has a lovely couple in it that matches Kasuya and Bullet, too. That is true. No, Kasuya and I, we're... Come on, now's not the time to be embarrassed. We could be talking about the key to explaining our displacement. The problem is, that angle seems to fall apart when it reaches the Vaults team. Megumi, suppose you're in a romantic relationship with anyone on your team? Not in the slightest. Okay. Well, there goes that angle. Well, let's call that good enough for today. Thank you all for giving me a few more brain cells to work with. Not at all. If anything, we should be thanking you for trying to help us. Well then, excuse us. If we figure out anything, we'll tell you. This is going to be a lot harder than I thought. Ugh. And I've got the captain's request on my plate too. My head's about to implode. Well, looks like there's something freaky happening over here, and we're gonna have to sortie for it. I know, how unlike us. Right? Increasing the distortion of dimensional boundaries detected. DPD occurred right as we arrived? There's absolutely no way this is a coincidence. And yep, it's a Stranger time. We've detected the strangers arriving. There's so many. Scramble all mobile teams. Right, so for this one, we're definitely going to take along all the characters that were released for that particular DLC cycle. So that means, alongside us, we got the Hainu then, we got Vaults, and we got the combat reviews, and we also got Ryuko. We're also going to bring along we'll bring along Combat Levy, because we do always like to bring along Combat Levy. God, I really haven't been using Jonah that much. I'm going to bring Jonah along. I'm going to bring the Elgheim along. And, Final Gao Gaigar. Shin Get a Dragon. Triform Shin. Didn't really get to use him last time. Gridman. We're doing a big one too. We're bringing along like a pretty big cast here. Cybuster and SRX technically a part of this cycle as well, so I'll bring them along too. And aside from that, we'll bring along Uso, and we'll bring along Char. Well, that's a formation. For DBD to occur right as we arrive and a train just to appear through it. Yeah, no way in hell that's a coincidence. Does this mean that the DBDs and the Trangers are both appearing because someone wills it? Does that mean Quaestor is alive? We'll need to win if we want to find the answers. If the enemy's going to come for us, we have to answer them with our own strength. That's another reason we can't lose. Let's go, everyone. Right then. We got a big lineup of enemies, but probably one of our biggest deployments possible, so we're definitely going to hit him with everything we got. Let's rowdy cheer ourselves into it. And let's slide right in. It's ramen time.
遅かったな。これで。
It's gonna take us a little bit to wind up the morale, but if we can keep everyone close to the Driss Traeger, it'll kick off quicker.
大丈夫だ。この程度ならどうってことはねえ。
Enemy are definitely high class.
ならば遠慮はなしだ。
Ready to start throwing out the bigger upgrades on everybody.
もらった。
Then again, ours can probably carry us through most of it because we made her broken.
イリス、引っ込んでろ。危ないだろ。
まだ私に役目があるというなら、これ以上はやらせん。もらった。
I think Kuka's figured it out. This is probably the most powerful Here Comes Char shitpost ever, though. The name of the remix is called Char Never Arrives. Ah, dear.
やるしかない。光の翼。
Kuka's just dying in chat. Took a little tweaking to get just right, but once I got it, right, it was very simple to finish. Yeah, now I've inflicted it. Because you just keep waiting for it to drop into the song, and it just never happens. He really is just the easiest character to shitpost with. Like, I'm still upset I only found out about the McDonald's advertisements like 10 minutes before the stream started. Because I absolutely was like digging through, for like 5 minutes I was furiously digging through OBS to figure out how to get it to just like, let me like play it directly without having to like, just like, you know, put the browser window on display. Maybe it's just as well I never found it out, but it was just like I had to settle for just, you know, the burger. It's a bit, isn't it? It's someone who really liked the burgers. Spent a lot of time on that burger. And all I can say is, I don't think it was worth it, but, you know, whatever, guys. Whatever. It wasn't like the first time someone's done, like, a loving... If you ever do an LP of Fallen Dynasty, you could probably include the Pepsi tie-ins. Oh, no. The Pepsi tie-ins for what? Like, Romance of the Three Kingdoms? You've got me worried now. I'm not, like... Oh, the Dynasty Warriors Pepsi things? Yeah, isn't it like one with Lu Bu with the Pepsi, like, just killing people? I do remember that now, yes. Yes, well, once Soulstorm is done, once the LP for Soulstorm is done, I'm finally going to start the LP that I've really wanted to do for like over a year now, and that's gonna be, I'm gonna hold off on that one, yeah. That's gonna be Neo 2. I'm gonna like do the entirety of Neo 2, because I love that game so much. Neo 2 is going to be more Robokai, just doesn't shut up about Japanese feudal history. Fallen Dynasty, like, it's so funny to say this, but a part of me, I really actually hopes that, like, I'm really, like, one of the things I'm sort of, like, really hoping with, like, Fallen Dynasty is it does what Neo 1 did, and what Neo 2 does, in that it doesn't just do the particular history of the time, but touches on a lot of, like, earlier stuff as well, because a part of me is kind of really hoping that they just include some references to Water Margin in it, because, like, Water Margin is, like, one of my favorite, like, Chinese stories, because it's such a clusterfuck of banditry, and it's so funny. And, like, a friend and I read it together, and just spent so much time just joking about how often people get exiled in it. Oh dear. That's Suikoden. Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? Suikoden is more or less based on the concept of the Water Margin. The entire concept of the Stars of Destiny came from Water Margin, and that's what Suikoden like utilizes as their stuff. Water Margin is like, what if the Yellow Turban Rebellion, but forever? Water Margin is like, what if the Yellow Turban Rebellion, but the people they're fighting against, they don't even really want to fight against. But the people they're fighting against are corrupt and incompetent. It's just like half, like the water margin is like a whole lot of, oh, I've done something really stupid and now I'm in trouble with the law. Well, that's not my fault. like so many parts of the stories involving them are just like, that happens, and someone just says that, like, they just do not take responsibility for like anything. And then like, and then in another case, that's like they, like a lot of cases, they're like, hey, that guy'd be really good to recruit. Yeah, but he's loyal to the Emperor. And it's like, yeah, but what if we just like make up a lie that he's gonna betray them? And so they just go, hey, I heard so and so was gonna betray the Emperor. And so like the guy gets like, and that's all it takes for the guy to get expelled. And and so like the guy's only recourse is to go hook up with the bandits who were the ones responsible for them getting in trouble in the first place. And it's just like, it's just a wonderful series of like just just colossally fucked up pranks. I will never get tired of Lord Margin. But like, it's basically a story just full of like protagonist level characters. Just about. And my favorite will always be Yan King, because Yan King is like, he's the only one with like genre awareness. Like at the end of it, when they're all like, they've just fought this big war, so many of them have died, but they've protected the interests of the emperor. And it's just like, Yan King's like, the guys that like are responsible for like most of the people who are still here alive's problems are still alive. They're gonna kill you. And they're all like, no way, man. They're not gonna kill us. That's silly. You're silly. And naturally, it happens. It was like, and by this point, Yan King is just gone. I'm out. See you guys later. Have a nice day. God damn. School drama where the jocks, the nerds, and the emos murder each other and have giant armies to do so. Also, like the one female member of like the Water Margin Bandits, was like captured solely because one of the guys in the entire group's entire characteristic was he was really fucking ugly, and like none of the women would like be interested in him, and it turns out like the only woman who would be interested in him was one who was like interested in his like ability to fight. So like they eventually get him like a pity wife, and she ends up being one of the Stars of Destiny, and that always cracks me up. Like, yeah, and then there was, I can never remember his name, but I think it was Liu Kei. Oh god, I'm gonna look him up. Because he is like the. Li Kui. Here we go. If I'm even pronouncing that correctly. God, if there has ever been like a shitpost character, in old Chinese fiction, it's him. Everything about Li Kui is like he's clearly there as like pseudo comedic relief, right? Like his entire thing is that he's a very loyal to the main characters. He's not very smart, and he's prone to trying to fix all of his problems with violence. And he's like if you had like the annoying kid brother who always wanted to do everything you were doing, or kid sister who always wanted to do whatever you were doing, but then does it wrong and breaks and destroys everything and burns your house down in the process. That's him. That's Li Kui. And there's like so many cases where they're like, okay, we need like a small team of destined bandits to go to this location to convince this person to come back and join us. And so they get together this crack team of specialists, and then Li Kui's like, I'm going too. And like, and it almost always ends in disaster every time he does it, to the point that at one point when he asks, they all just turn and just like start yelling at him and like making fun of him because he has not managed to actually go out on one of these outings without screwing everything up. Like everyone's just like, oh great, Liu Kui wants to come, I'm sure nothing will go wrong. Like everyone just like erupts into sarcasm at him, and he just gets so butthurt about it. But it's like, it's so true though for his character. It's like everyone was like bringing their mothers. Everyone was like, oh, I'm really worried what'll happen if like, they try and use our parents against us. And so they bring all their they start bringing their mothers back. And Li Kui, in spite of the fact he has family to look after his mother and hasn't seen his mother in like decades, is like, hey, I'm gonna go get my mom. So he goes out and gets his mom, who's quite blind, and takes her into a region where everyone has basically said to him, don't go this way, the land is full of man-eating tigers. So he goes in there to cross through, and leaves his mother, his blind, sickly mother, by herself for a short period of time, and to the surprise of literally nobody, she gets eaten by tigers. It was just like, you saw it coming. coming like 1,000 miles away. And you think, oh, well, okay, you know, that sucks for him, I guess. He kills the tigers and immediately ends up getting into, like, this entire story arc of getting captured. Because, like, he ends up becoming, like, a hero because of slaying the tigers, but people recognize he's from the bandits, so they lure him in with the feast and kidnap him and capture him to use to lure in more of them. So there's this entire ordeal because this guy, like, went to go get his mum and immediately failed at it. And the only character that seemed to be actually able to wrangle this absolute psycho was Yen King. Like, Yen King is like, Yen King's like, hey, I'm just gonna, like that, what they needed was, I think they decided they needed to contact the Emperor, because at the point, the only thing the Emperor had been sending armies to, like, try and fight them, and these armies were getting absolutely destroyed, because the guys in charge were, you know, corrupt and incompetent, which is the entire thing. And so he's like, the people in charge, like, they just go, you know, we should, yeah, Song Jian is his name. Is the guy basically who didn't really want to be in charge of the bandit group, but they all make him in charge of the bandit group anyway because they all really like him, and he actually does have a good head for this. Like, his entire thing is he ends up becoming, like, the leader of this bandit group, mostly under like a series of very unfortunate events. But he's very good at it. But he's like, okay, I need someone to go and see if they can't get in contact with the Emperor. Like, get a message to him to let him know we actually are still loyal. We're not trying to fight this guy. And, like, Yan King's like, I can do it. And they're like, okay, you do it. You do it. Off you go. And of course, Li Kui goes, oh, I'm coming too. And everyone's like, no. And Yan King's like, no, hold on a second. And he goes, he can come with me. It's okay. We got this. And he brings him along and, you know, like, gets his catastrophic fuck-ups out of the way early. Like, Yan King, like, takes him along to, like, a wrestling tournament, because Yan King was also, amongst other things, a very good wrestler. And so, basically just gets all of Li Kui's, like, chaos energy out early before they finally get to the Imperial capital. And whereas, like, literally every other character in the story is, like, whenever, like, a woman or alcohol gets involved, usually ends up getting really drunk and strangling the woman. Not a joke. Yan King meets the Emperor's favorite concubine, and Yan King is a young, handsome man, and he's got this, like, even the description of him is very well detailed. He has these like amazing tattoos of, like, roses and things running down his back, and lattice tattoos running down his arms. So he kind of looks a little exotic on top of being quite young and handsome, and he has long hair, and he's got a wrestling physique. And, like, she's like, oh man, like, I 100% want it in this man's pants. And Yan King goes, I have to stop this woman from trying to get in my pants, or I'm never going to be able to defend the Emperor. So he manages to come up with a way to get this woman to not want to get in his pants. solely so that she can introduce him to the Emperor and he can deliver this message when he comes to visit her. So, like, and Yan King manages to do this without the woman trying to get into his pants and ruining everything. Without, like, getting drunk and strangling her. And without, like, Li Kui, like, ruining everything for everybody. It's just like, this, he's like, the second he said, hey guys, you know they're going to try and kill us, everyone should have said, ah yes, this is Yan King, the incredibly intelligent guy who's like, the only reason why we're still here. And so they were just like, nah, it'll be fine. Nah, it'll be fine, don't worry about it, man. We got this. What could possibly go wrong? We're heroes now. It's so funny though, just, like, so many characters are just like, get really, really drunk and wake up and somebody is dead, or like half the town is exploded. Objective, do not strangle the Imperial concubine. it's so bizarre just how often in the stories like it's just like, okay, so our mission here is we just have to not fuck up, and then everybody just like catastrophically fucks up. It's just like, okay, perhaps I didn't clarify. What I said was we had to not fuck up. No threatening sentence has ever been said in Chinese literature. Do not strangle the Imperial concubine. Oh god. I mean, if you've ever seen the movie, the Chinese action movie Hero, which is like a romanticizing of the story of like the attempt to kill the first Chinese emperor, and it's just like, and it's like, it's this amazing sort of thing where like the person pretends to be a hero who took out some bandits, some like powerful bandit lords that were threatening like everyone, and you know, and like he brings proof of their actual death, and the emperor is like, but actually this was all a plot of yours to kill me, wasn't it? And he's like, how did you tell? And he's like, the candles were like able to detect your intent, because like the emperor's sitting there surrounded by candles. What actually happened in that was the assassin tries to stab the emperor, fucks up, and then they spend a good like 20 minutes running around a pillar while everybody else watches in confusion because the assassin can't get this sword out. That's not very dramatic, is it? I just... Oh, you were referring to the sentence where heroes now as being the most threatening thing ever said in Chinese literature. Chinese literature loves to use heroes being violently murdered as a way to prove whatever moral is at hand. True enough. I mean, it's the same for pretty much most mythologies. Heroes exist to perform amazing acts and die tragic deaths. Tragic and avoidable deaths. Alright, well that was a long turn that I covered mostly by talking about the water. Oh, someone hasn't moved. Who? Oh fuck. Uz, hi. Hi Uz. You wanna come over here and just like, I don't know, beam sword this guy to death? because now you're literally the strongest. Actually, the real story behind Hero is worse. Isn't it the story that basically like the entire assassination attempt was like just nothing went to plan for anybody? Oh, sorry, yeah, the Emperor was running around and couldn't figure out how to use his own sword while the assassin was trying to kill him. Yeah, they were running around a pillar. And it, like, eventually someone turned up to, like, hold the assassin down. Like, when I read about that, I was like, honest to God, I can see why they went with, like, the alternate history telling of that. But at the same time, I just feel like that is, like, so funny. I think at like more than one point the assassin actually like tries to throw their sword at the emperor as well, and it hits the pillar, because it was a big pillar, like it was a big palace holding up temple, but like everybody else just like standing around and watching and being like, can we get a guard in here? Like, where's the guards? Like this is getting awkward. Where are the guards? Just. Like, if there was ever a historical sequence that needed the Benny Hill theme going, it was that one. So, yeah. The Emperor finally won because one of his courtiers mimed how to draw his sword because nobody could talk directly to the Son of Heaven. Oops. God. Oh god, that's... Oh dear. The moral of the story is, There is no moral to the story. I had a similar moment recently when I was reading a book on cyber weapons and information warfare with a friend, and I told her, this is written by a reporter, so it's probably going to be terrible doom and apocalypse. I need you to understand before we start that the level of incompetence here on both sides is staggering and hilarious in equal measure. Yeah, I think we talked about that particular story when we were playing Viscera Cleanup, and I had descended into complete madness. I believe you were telling that story as I took literally everything from like one section and threw it down a flight of stairs so it could be put in a so it could be put in a furnace. All the chairs, computers, everything just burned. Oh dear. That was me in the moral of the story is not be a hero in Chinese history. The moral of the story, I think, is to always have like a get out clause for people talking to you, and it's basically if I'm about to be murdered by someone, you're allowed to like tell me how to draw my sword. There was a time when the Iranians tried to hack a massive dam in the southwest, and because of similar naming conventions, they instead hacked a creek reservoir in Oregon. They hacked the shit out of that reservoir, though. Like, that creek was like... That creek was a mess. Speaking of messes, good god. Imagine how dangerous Final Galgargar is gonna be. With the if we like fully upgraded it. It is kind of impressive just how impressive how like history just doesn't ever keep track of just how many like hilarious fuck ups ever happened. And they definitely hacked it and threatened to release all the water inside. They threatened the fuck out of a 10-acre spillway. Oh, man. Just... Yeah, they got it. I mean, they got it. They got it. You can say, you can make fun of them for how it went, but they definitely hacked a reservoir. It's just something like I always think back to the story of Attila the Hun. You know, like Attila the Hun, the scourge of God, like so scary. Everyone was absolutely certain that that he was sent by God to punish the people for like their decadent ways, etc., etc. And you know, he just kind of like died one day, like in the midst of like their doom. He was just like, he just went, okay, well, whatever, I'm dead. And you know, that was it. God damn. Everyone who's got a field is basically just invincible. Just thinking about it now. It's just, like it's like fiction is so full of so many like incredible moments of like you know like heroic triumph against the odds and villain stuff like that, and I try to think of like yeah, but until it was basically like, well, here I go, and just felt like died of a nosebleed apparently. Until it just sort of just exited the stage very abruptly, just like at the height of everyone being terrified of him. And it's just like I think about all the fiction where like they have all these like moments of brilliance, but they never really have moments of like extreme incompetency. from like And I was like, well, actually, that's not necessarily true. It's just that the incompetency always seems to come primarily from, like, you know, Saturday morning cartoon villains and also like some of the protagonists and stuff. And I was like, probably the best example of just like stupidity up and down the chain is just Transformers.
頼みますよキャリバーさん了解したアクセスコードグリッドマンキャリバー俺を使えグリッドマングリッドキャリバ
And I think in the end that's kind of why I appreciate Transformers even as an adult, is because it really does just highlight like how these people had probably just like killed all of their best and brightest, so all that were left with the morons. I'll never forget that one episode where like so many things are going wrong, and for like the entirety of the episode, Optimus Prime is learning to play basketball until he discovers that like something absolutely stupid has been happening under his nose plate, and he's just like, oh, whoops. Like, it's like he could have been you know keeping his eye out for things, but no, he was playing basketball. Yeah, in the original Transformers cartoon, he was a librarian who got a battlefield promotion on the grounds that everyone else was goddamn dead as doornails. Yeah, basically. More recent variations of him having him as like a police officer, a peacekeeper, and things like that. So, but I kind of always have a soft spot for like the librarian who really probably shouldn't have been given this job, but there wasn't really anyone else. Everyone who's like really good at killing stuff, you know, became a Decepticon. And just like, and this, like, I'll always love just the story of like the creation of the Dinobots. I always talk about that. The creation of the Dinobots. Wheeljack was just like, hey, let's make dinosaur Transformers, and everyone was like, hell yeah! And they made them as smart as dinosaurs for some reason. And it's just one of the greatest YouTube parodies. Is just Optimus asking all the really smart people that are like operating like Perceptor, Ratchet, Wheeljack, and he's just like why did you guys make them as dumb as dinosaurs? Like, why did you do that? Half of the stupid shit on the Autobot side, Gen 1 and Gen 2 start with the sentence, and then Wheeljack had an idea. It's true. But, you know, I just... And it's so funny because, like, some of, like, the hyper-competent people in the Autobots that, like, were the super brainiacs and things like that were, like, the ones who just were like, man, I would really just rather not be doing this. I'd really rather not be. Like, the very first introductory episodes, like, it's like a 3-part series introduces you to, like, the Transformers and everything. This epic 3-part story where, like, Megatron basically just, like, beats the Transformers over and over again to try and get his ship running so that he can escape Earth, get back to Cybertron, and basically conquer it. And Optimus is trying to stop him. And it's just... like, he can't, like Optimus is, like, trying to shoulder all this burden over and over, and he just keeps, he keeps putting himself in maximum peril, and, like, everyone else is fucking up around him. And in the end, like, Megatron's just, like, getting away. He's won. And then, like, Mirage just uncloaks and, like, blows all the shit up and in their spaceship and leaves. And everyone was just like, what? Mirage was like the guy who earlier was just like complaining about how he just really fucking hated this conflict. He really hated like this big fight and everything like that. Everyone else was just kind of like, man, like, you know, you can't just, like, we're all trying our hardest here, man. You're like, you could put in a little effort yourself. And so he went, fine. And so he just apparently cloaks himself, walks inside the Decepticon ship during the fighting, and just blows up all their critical infrastructure while they're in flight. And it was just like, yeah, there you go. And there's like another episode where like basically like Jazz ends up having to like fight all the Transformers because they all all the ones that got damaged had to get repaired, but the repair systems had been compromised, so they brainwashed the Transformers to be evil, and so like Jazz and like the humans had to basically try and like systematically take down them all so that they could cure them. And it's just like Jazz just goes like extremely hyper competent, and as everyone knows, Jazz is like the really sort of, you know, the relaxed guy who really just likes Earth culture. He likes just hanging out on Earth. Like, he'd be happy if they stayed there for the rest of time, you know. Like, he likes Earth music, he likes Earth culture, he likes Earth fashion, he likes Earth cars. He loves Earth. And he took to it like a fish to water. But when the time comes, he basically just like, you know, little gorilla paint under the eyes, and then just like systematically just like beats the shit out of all of the Autobots that've been brainwashed. Everybody, give it your best. Don't lose, okay? Understood, boss. We will bring you victory. These are much stronger than the Atrangers fighting on the battlefronts across the world. But we've got the will and the pride of being the defenders of the Earth. Oh no, but wait. Wait. Oh man, this feels bad. Everyone stay alert. There's further distortions in the dimensional boundary. Another DBD is occurring. Shit. Yeah, we ain't overdone by a long shot. Humanoid Atrangers. They're the same model that we saw as the Black Ocean. Well, it feels ominous as the model we saw then, but still. Yes, they've got a much stronger field than your average Atranger. Wow, we're seeing a new model of robot and Ernie's still super serious. Guess that's a tough one to beat. Doesn't change the fact that it's an enemy. Cut that thing down. All units, engage the enemy reinforcements. Understood. We'll show whoever is behind this how strong we are. Of course, it's still their turn. Oh no, it's their turn. So, conversely, we had the black ones. We had the black Angeloids, and this is the Angeloi Can. And so its powerful thing is not the crush or whatever it was before, but they've got the slash. But also over here we've got the blue ones, and their special is also the slash. But we've also got the orange one, and it also does the slash. I feel like we're being attacked by like Power Rangers here. But yes, these are all sort of like, you know, like the middle point. We've got the Angeloi higher. Like, is there actually like a statistical difference between these guys at all? No. Not at all, not even slightly. So why are they all different names? And then beyond them are the black ones, I guess. I don't know. It's a little bit silly to me, but whatever. I'll live with it. This conversation. Yeah, Jazz doesn't want to do anything, and when he does, he wants to get it over with as soon as possible, so holy fuck, get out of his way. That episode ends with, like the Decepticons launching a rocket full of energon into space to try to, like, which they were going to take, like, you know, to do the nefarious takeover Cybertron stuff. And Jazz just, like, parks on a cliff face and just hits the subwoofers and just sonic booms it out of the sky. It's just like, if this man wanted to kill every Decepticon, he could probably do it. Oh dear. This conversation reminds me of the somewhat recent G.I. Joe run when they tried to do things all super serious and everyone's super competent and it was just completely dull and humorless. Yeah, I think, like, I think you got to accept, like, a Saturday morning cartoon character stuff. You just got to accept you are dealing with an eccentric bunch of, like, bumbling boobs and just roll with it. Like, accept that the entire premise of, like, these people is ridiculous. You know, like, they're basically like two-dimensional characters who all have, like, one thing they're really good at. And not everything that one good thing they're good at is actually useful at all, but they're really good at that one thing. You know? And, like, because that's kind of like how the Transformers were. Everyone was, like, kind of good at really good at one thing. Like, they all had personalities, but they had this one gimmick that they were really good at. Like Mirage's entire thing was apparently he was from the upper class of Cybertron, But he joined Optimus and everybody else, of course, because, you know, like, what other choice did he have with the Decepticons doing their thing? He still doesn't really like fighting, and his one gimmick is he can turn himself completely fucking invisible and ruin everything for fucking Megatron. I am honestly surprised Megatron, like, obviously Saturday morning cartoons very rarely remember anything, but if I was Megatron, I would basically have made it my, like, #1 priority to, like, ruin Mirage, like, every single chance I got. Just, like, end his entire fucking existence. Every day of the week. Because holy shit, he definitely is like the leading cause of like everything going wrong. What is our enemy even after? If they chose to call us to this world, there must be some meaning to it, right? Ogami, these enemies are terrifying. Everyone, don't let your fears control you. That's what our enemy wants. Just as Commander Ogami said, we can't lose to our feelings. Yeah, we'll do it. We've got the power of love. Yeah, as long as we have love, we'll never stop moving forward. We'll follow it as our guiding star. Raj definitely spoils enough plans to warrant a countermeasure. Every time Megatron is pulling off something cool and interesting, Raj is like, God, I just need you to stop. Yeah, but Raj just turns invisible, walks in, like, unplugs something and leaves, and like Megatron and Starscream just start screaming at one another and shooting one another. Very slowly getting Ogami back to like a level of like existence. And then there's like one Autobot whose name I always forget. And his entire thing was he was very, very strong, but he was also extremely small and, like, absolutely, like, the most abrasive asshole in existence. And there's an entire episode where he just spends the entire time just shitting on Perceptor because Perceptor isn't, like, out there on the front lines fighting. And Perceptor is just like, you little shit. Which is also the episode where they shrink themselves down and go inside of Megatron, and apparently the inside of Megatron is just like an extremely hostile ecosystem. God, I can't remember his name, but he's just like, wasn't Jazz like the smallest Autobot? No, it was basically Bumblebee and like a few others. It was just this one guy, and he's like ridiculously strong. I can never remember his name, but he's like, I'm pretty sure he's the first of the Autobots to... I'm pretty sure he's like the first of the Autobots to get whacked in like when like Megatron boards that ship in the Transformers movie. He basically just gets like he goes for Megatron and just gets like absolutely just like melted from the inside, like in one shot, and it's like an incredibly terrifying sequence. Just can't remember his name. And he's like, he's definitely got like, he's definitely got insecurities about his size, which is kind of funny, because he's very strong. No, it's not Cliff Jumper. It's not Cliff Jumper. I can't remember his name. I can't remember his name. There's just this one guy. Bumblebee got a size upgrade when he became like, yeah, he's just, there's an entire, like, he's this one character who always appears, And, like, he's not always, like, a main character in an episode, but he's always there to just bitch and moan about other characters. Which I guess, you know, is important. It's an important part of this complete breakfast. Yeah, just not getting his name. And honestly, it's not really that important either. But he's definitely an absolute fucking clown. And it's just like this is one episode where he's up Perceptor's like fucking microscope like the whole time about how he should get out and actually fight, because, like, you know, this guy doesn't. Brawn, there he is, Brawn is like the little shit. He's basically just like, all he does is like shit talk everybody else. Except in like the few chances when they need someone who could just like lift something, in which case he's like, yeah, I'm the best character. Oh man. Fucking Brawn. God, he was a shitlord. I don't think we've ever seen that attack. So there we go. Yeah, he gets like... He basically charges... To be fair, like, Megatron storms the ship they're all on, and Brawn's like immediately got his shit together and like goes to like try and take him down, but unfortunately it's like, it's Megatron, Brawn. You were not going to do it. And not for nothing, Brawn was actually very strong. Like, his entire thing was he was quite small, but he was incredibly strong. He might have actually been stronger than some of the other bigger characters, but it was just... He was just such an asshole about it. The prototype for Minimus Ambus. God. Yes, Minimus Ambus. Isn't that, oh god. See, I've forgotten his name. Who, like, basically the idea that there's actually, like, a really tiny Autobot controlling, like one of the really big famous Autobots. Ultra Magnus, that's it, yeah. Ultra Magnus just had was actually like just a giant power suit being piloted by a very small Autobot. I gotta admit, that was kind of adorable when they did that in the comics. That was kind of cute. Like as a like one-time thing, like, I'm happy for Ultra Magnus to be huge man who like gets crippled by the weight of responsibility instantly in like every other universe, but just having him being like tiny man inside of giant suit. Isn't that just the Thanos theory? Isn't the Thanos theory that you could kill Thanos by putting Ant-Man inside of Thanos' anus and having him grow? Isn't that the Thanos theory? Whereas I hate that I know what the Thanos theory is. Also, doesn't, like... So I was listening to someone talking about, like, in the current season of The Boys, and apparently they have a Thanos moment, so... I just... And they made a set to look like the inside of someone's body as the shrinking man goes inside of it for sexual reasons. I didn't know there was a theory. It's less a theory, more like, you know, like an internet shitpost. Shaw never arrives. Yeah, yeah. Apparently, the fan shit posting got to the actors, and they were like, "Yeah." Oh dear. And if and you know, we really should have learned. People really should have learned that you don't listen to what the fans say. Probably just move you up over here. Can I? Yeah, let's cut this guy in half. Kazuha, do you feel anything? Yes, it's distant. But I feel the same thing I felt when we fought that black one. If we assume they're the ones behind this all, then what do they want from us? I don't know. I know we have to fight if we want an answer. Fan shitposting becomes canon routinely now. Yeah, like the Morbius stuff was like, it kills me. It kills me that they like that they actually thought enough people shitposting about it meant that they could re-release it in cinemas and it would be and this time it would do really, really well. Like, as far as I heard, it made its money back in the first run. Sure, it didn't like do amazing numbers, but it was like they then like put it back into cinemas and no one went and saw it. And then like a petition came out saying, "Sorry, we were all busy that day. Do it a third time." It's just like, maybe no. Maybe it's just time to stop. Oh god. Holy hell, these humanoid models are tough! If we can't turn this around, this'll get real bad! What do we do, Kenichi? Don't be afraid, Hiyoshi. Believe in the strength of Vaults 5, and the hearts of our parents that dwell within it. Kenichi, we fought our way to this point, to this moment, supported by so many others. We can't lose, because we have to live up to their hopes for us. The thing about the Morbius movie is, it's really, it's not even so bad, it's good, bad, it's really just bad. Like, it's genuinely just, like, it's bad. And I, like, and unfortunately I have actually watched it, I didn't pay for it, I won't say where or how I saw it. Let's just say somebody let me into a cinema for free and I watched it. And all I can say is, holy hell, what a fucking awful movie. Just such a god-awful movie. It's a Sony Marvel movie, so it's actually worse than a Marvel movie. It's just... the only way to describe it is it really feels like a movie made by somebody who didn't understand the concept of, like, show, don't tell. Because there's, like, an entire sequence in the movie where after like, Morbius, like, has his moment where he, like, you know, where he, like, kills, like, a tanker full of people, and everyone's just like, you know, like he's like, you know, basically snuck off the ship so no one will know he's there. So it's like an entire sequence where he's like, you know, like he's talking into a thing about his powers. And I suppose, like, in terms of the character Dr. Morbius being like, yeah, I sat down and I tested out how my powers worked and everything like that. But it's like interspersed with like little cuts of him like you know doing these things. It's just got nothing to it. Like there's no sort of it's just so clinical. It's like there's not really that much that's entertaining about it. And also the special effects do look like complete megabyte as well. Like they bad. They look awful. They are the poo-poo doo-doo. It's just like the only like near saving grace of the movie is that like the villain of the piece, who isn't a particularly good villain, but is at least a villain whose motivations you can kind of understand, tries his hardest to like be like the Marvel version of the Joker. Actually, that's not true. But he just basically tries to like capture the energy of somebody who's basically been like shitty and crippled their entire life, looked down on by everybody else, and suddenly they've got the power to turn it all around, and so naturally they go completely out of their skulls like a total psycho. And you know, and he does a fantastic job with it, and it's not enough to save any of the rest of it. And yeah, Jared Leto apparently really likes method acting for these comic book roles, which is amazing. But it's just like I don't think the method acting helped in this particular case. Like the entire idea behind like Morbius and the villain is they both had like you know like a disability that basically like made their lives absolutely miserable, kept them away from most other people. But whereas like Morbius was like super intelligent, you know, like the other guy didn't even have that, and so you know I can totally understand like from a character perspective the villain's motivations, but it's just like the hero is just like really just dumb. He's not even a hero. There's no like he just we're meant to take something serious that is not worth taking serious is the thing. But what if I turned it into Soul? Yay. Yeah, like, I don't think you can method act for a comic book role. Like, apparently he spent a lot of time pretending he was someone with, like, that disease. But the thing is that Morbius spends all of, like, I don't know, like, 20 minutes having that disease in the show. Like, sorry, in the movie. Like, the actual time you have with Morbius is very little. In fact, I dare say it, the flashback to when he was a child, you see more of Morbius with that problem than anyone else. So I don't know why he apparently method acted like needing help to go to the toilet. Like, I don't think that's true, but like, oh god, that's like, that would be the most Hollywood thing ever though. Like, I've method acted so hard that I need someone to take me to the toilet. Oh dear. The entire thing about Morbius is that, like, Morbius is effectively Spider-Man's equivalent of Dr. Freeze. He's a guy who's tried to solve a problem, and circumstances have resulted in him being pretty much cursed for the rest of his existence with, like, this debilitating problem. In, you know, Mr. Freeze's case, his body temperature is now naturally at, like, freezing temperatures, and, like, heat kills him. And, like, Morbius's entire thing is that now he's basically got, like, a blood disease that makes him a vampire. And so you've got these people who sort of end up, they're trying to find a cure for their conditions, or in the case of Mr. Freeze, a cure for the condition of his wife. And so, like, the conflict they get into is typically because they're trying to get what they need, and they can't get it normally because they don't have enough support, or the support they do get is someone who's got nefarious plans to use what they do. You know, like, someone wants to use Dr. Freeze for his technology, exploits his love for his wife, Morbius wants to cure his vampirism. Some other dude's like, hell no, I want immortality that Morbius has. I just need to string him along long enough that I can find a way that to squeeze it out of him, that sort of thing. Like, that's where these sorts of villains come in. They're not main role characters, you know. Like, the conflict that comes from them is from them stubbornly thinking that they can do these things themselves, or that they're smarter than the people who are exploiting them. And like not seeing until it's too late. Like, Man-Bat pulled off his story kind of better. Fight me, yeah. Like Man-Bat is another example of that sort of thing. Like, and so like he's another tragic villain. Because most Spider-Man villains are like outside of a few outliers, they are for the most part people who are essentially already fairly aligned towards criminal behavior, and as part of like the process of their rehabilitation, as a result of them trying to escape from committing a crime or whatever, they're imbued with powers. And the thing is that they lack the sense of responsibility. They lack the imagination to properly use their powers in a way that would benefit more than just themselves. But because they also lack that imagination and that compassion to help others, it usually ends up also being the thing that ultimately leads to their defeat. You know, you see things like the guy who's made Hydro Man, the guy who's like entirely made out of water. Like the guy, you know, Sandman, the guy who's entirely made out of sand. You know, these are powers that in the hands of like anybody, you would think, oh yeah, that's it, he wins. He's literally water, he's literally sand. You know, like, you shouldn't be able to beat these people because they can literally they can go hide at the beach. Both of them can just go hide at the beach. Like, you can't stop them. They're already, you know. But a combination of like stupidity, hubris, and just general like, you know, a lack of a lack of imagination, a lack of like a sense of responsibility usually means that they, you know, they do something stupid, they do something selfish, they end up causing more damage to those around them with like the few like empathic relationships they do have. Hydro Man and Sandman get in a horrible accident, now they are Mudman. They did actually at one point in the comics fuse together to combine their powers. And I don't remember if they were called Mudman or not, but that was actually a thing that happened. They didn't enjoy it much. And I think they decided they weren't going to do it again. Something about the error of mixing their molecules together, I guess. Hold on a second, I've got you again, don't I? But it's like... So Morbius kind of occupies this different sort of a position. Like, he's kind of a bit more fresh in that regard. Rhino basically goes, yeah, I just like running through walls. I mean... Yeah! I mean... Rhino is great in that regard. He's a guy who knows exactly what he is, and everyone gives him shit. But if Rhino actually wanted to kill you, he could definitely just like walk over you and you'd die. Like a lot of villains, like, oh yeah, Rhino, you're so dumb. All you do is run and stuff, and it's like, dude, if he ran at you, you would die. Like, well, yeah, Juggernaut. Well, Juggernaut's entire thing is he literally like because of like a combination of his own like mutant properties and also like the gem like of like the weird eldritch god that he's got is basically like, oh yeah, like if I choose to just walk in a direction, guess what? Of like, I can't be stopped. You literally cannot stop me, so here I go. So like Morbius kind of would not like, he should not be a character. Like people have pointed out, what Sony are trying to do is they're trying to make their Sinister Six movie. You know, they're basically trying to get a bunch of like villain characters together, which is why like the Vulture from the Spider-Man movie, is like teleports in from another dimension as a result of the events of like that last one or whatever. And it's just like, hey, we should team up. Like, apropos of nothing. He's just like, hey, we should team up. Because, like, you know, you're an anti-hero, I'm an anti-heroes guy. And so, obviously, they'll probably have Venom in there as well, and God knows who else. They're probably going to try and do a movie for, like, each of them. before they like do a major movie for it, which is like power to them. Sony movies do enjoy just like urinating all of their money into a hole. So like whatever man, you wanna do that, you do it. It's not my money you're wasting. Isn't there? Juggernaut is not a mutant, just a large man with a Veggic amulet armor. I feel like there have been cases though where he has actually. I'm trying to remember, but I feel like there was a revelation in the comics where he did. Turns out he does have it, because there are a few points in time where like Sidorak basically abandons him because he's not being like a big enough arsehole. I could be remembering wrong. And like so as a big part of his characters, he just refuses to admit that it's true. Yeah, movies and cartoons make him a mutant sometimes. Yeah, it's difficult to hold it all together, I guess. So many cannons, so little time. Yeah, I'm just probably, you know, the deterioration of the brain over time of trying to like absorb so many different weird things is having its toll on me. Yeah, he and Xavier are like step bros. All the trenches have been destroyed. We eked out a victory, but still, those humanoid models appeared on the battlefronts across the world. The troops already exhausted from the war with the Quaestors wouldn't be able to hold them back. So then, the person controlling the DBD and the Etrangers were to invade with everything they have. Humanity's defeat would be inevitable. Captain, all units return to the ship. We need to consider how to proceed. I'll do everything that I can, no matter what the answer is. Just wish I knew if it was my intuition talking or the guidance from our friend in the Druid's Traeger. Mysteries abound. Alright, see ya, cool guy. Have a nice sleep. We've got one more mission. I think probably in us before we need to, before I think we'll wrap up for the night. So we'll go to Phnom Penh for ignoble inclinations. You're saying if we analyze the Pillar of Light at Phnom Penh, you can find a way to get us back home? If I've been looking at the data right, yeah. So that pillar has the same distortion signature as the DBD we were displaced through? Yep. So it's possible that the data we have will let us reproduce the conditions that brought you here. If this works, we can finally go home. So what are we waiting for? Let's do it! Yes. No matter what, we'll have to fight when we get there. Yay! We get to leave! Yeah, get out of here, Bullet. No one wanted you here, and your mech's badly animated. I just shove him into a hole. And they're like, Robokai, that's not even the pillar. And I shove them into the hole too. There it is, the big red circle. Alrighty, let's we're in scanning distance of the Pillar of Light. Thinking back, this is where our war with the Quaestors really started, isn't it? I'm afraid we don't have time for reminiscing. Yep, sure enough, right on cue. Here come the troublemakers. Ooh. We've got Quaestor units. Etrangers and Quaestors! Scramble the mobile teams! And the eggs. So as before, we'll grab all the units that are specifically tied to this DLC, which includes the Sidebuster and the SRX. We'll bring along Combat Levy, the Buster, Still get some more use out of the Fenix, Elgime. Bring along J Decker this time. Still bring along Final Gao Gaigar. Shingeta Dragon. Mazen Kaiser. And then, of course. And we'll bring Ikaruga along this time. An alliance between the Atrangers and Questors? The Questors' forces are here. The Questor must still be alive somehow. We won't know for sure unless we crush them. All units, begin the attack. Destroy the enemy so we can reach that pillar. Understood. They're stopping us with all they have. We'll break through with all we have. Yeah. The Orkusula Zhang's Chain of Command skill boosts the hit rate of all enemies. Don't get cocky. Oh yeah, there it is. I was like, where is the Orkusula Zhang? It's really hard to differentiate, like, the, like, quotation mark, boss unit of the bunch when it's still, all you could have got to, like, tell it apart from the rest is it's, like, tiny nipple guns. Is there only one? No, there's a second one here as well. Yep, there you go. I'm, like, leaning forwards at my monitor and just, like, squinting. I'm looking for the nipples. I'm looking for the mecha nipples. Story of my life. One of these days, I'll locate that mechanical robot's nipples. Alright, we're close enough to start smacking Questors, so we can probably just get boss going straight up. Just catapult us into the enemies and have cake on the Dristrega. I mean, that is how I've, like, beaten a lot of stages before. Oh, yep, here's the nipple. Laser nipples.
人工知能の技術がここまで進んでいるとは切れ味をご覧くださいそれ
Yeah, Az is at the point now where basically wherever we wanted to play her, she's gonna like brutally and violently just like annihilate everyone.
この振動僕は今愛機で戦闘しているんですね
Fucking Odie. Ah, he's a treasure. He'll never stop being a treasure. Might as well focus our fire on the Orkusula Zhang, since it's buffing everyone and everything up with the chain of command. Guessing it doesn't have its morale up enough yet to defy the nipples. Sidrak actually liked it when Colossus was his avatar because heroes constantly get into fights back to back while villains like Kane Marco need to run and hide even when successful. That's an interesting way to look at it, I guess. I would assume though that they wouldn't get quite as much collateral out of a hero as you would out of a villain like Marco, though. But maybe I'm wrong. Poor Colossus gets a pretty rum deal of things, though. I think I saw him as one of the people in the Midnight Suns trailer, being like corrupted by the villain of the piece. Pretty sure that was him. Certainly looked like him. It's like the Hulk, Venom, I think the Scarlet Witch, and Colossus. I think. He was dead for what, 3 years? Oh look. It's never even worth bothering asking who's dead in comic books. They even brought back what's his name? Cypher? When it was part of the, I think it was the New Mutants. His entire thing was just that his mutant ability was being able to read any language, and they just like abruptly killed him off. He stayed dead for ages before they brought him back. Not dead, but replaced by a clone and locked into a torture chamber. Did the clone die? Fucking hell. Like, oh god. Never be a superhero, ladies and gentlemen. It is bad for your back. And your front.
AI にこんなことをさせる奴がいるのか。行こう、カイ兄ちゃん。ガジェットツール。アンロック。キルキル観光区を。
I'm just still thinking about that. Ah, he wasn't dead. He was just 3 years in a fucking torture chamber while his clone ran around. God, he didn't even have to pull out the protect shade on that one. The Krakoa storyline revolves around bringing everyone back because Marvel went crazy with Extinction storylines when they lost the movie rights. Yeah, weren't they planning... Like, it definitely... Like, I wasn't really following comics too closely at that point, but it definitely felt like they were trying to get rid of the X-Men and replace them with Black Bolt's mob. Whatever they call themselves. I can't even remember. Like, that's how amazing they were as characters. But they were basically just gonna make it out like, oh look, all the mutants are being replaced with them now. The Inhumans, yeah. Which is a hell of a brand name, by the way. It definitely seemed like they were gonna do that, and I think at some point they were like, why are we murdering our brand? Gotta kill this guy too, because we got two of these whoops, wrong button, sorry about that. I made the stream vanish for a second. Problem is that the Inhumans kind of suck, except Lockjaw, he's the best of the boys. Yeah, I mean... The problem was is if you're trying to replace the X-Men, who are, you know, essentially the concept of the other in society, you need them to be a part of society. But the thing about the Inhumans is that they're kind of like a royal family, for the most part. Like the main characters, like, you know, Black Bolt is like a king, and then he's got his queen, and then like Medusa or whatever her name is, who, you know, she's like, they tried to reband the Inhumans to New Humans. Yeah, it just, I don't know, like, the X-Men as a concept were really just too well grounded. Like, and it's really funny to say that. They were too well grounded, you know, the show about a guy who just can't stop shooting laser bolts out of his eyes. Like, you know, but it's true though, they were still, you know, they were still on a level where it's like, yeah, that guy grew up in an orphanage, he's come to this school, he's got lots of, like, he's supposed to be the leader and he's got lots of anxieties about it. And that helped ground him, even when it turned out his father was like a fucking space pirate. Like, it still managed to ground him enough. Like even when Cyclops becomes like an insane terrorist looking to like basically protect mutant kind like as violently as possible, he's still way more approachable as a character than Guy Who Never Talks. But when he talks, everyone fucking explodes, and one of his brothers is completely insane, so he just locks him in the dungeon where he's insane all the time. It's just like, okay. Like, it always struck me as like the Inhumans were always like gonna be just like a thing about like the intrigue amongst a group of like royalty family people, and like, you know, the plots and the plans and everything as they like, you know, as they struggle to not tear each other apart from the inside, because they're all extremely willful, superpowered people who don't really suffer from the same consequences as everybody else. It's like, but at the same time, it's still just like they are extremely rich people. I don't really care about them. They're very much a product of, they're very much like both the X-Men and the Inhumans are very much just products of the times that they were created in, and the themes surrounding them. And I think trying to switch one with the other just wasn't gonna work. I mean, the smarter thing to do would have been just to, like, just scale it back a bit. Just scale the X-Men stuff back a little bit. Just, like, you know, have them still be around. Just reduce the scope, because these licensed things don't last forever. And just, like, maybe just see what you can do about building up the brand of the other thing on its own merits, not trying to sort of turn into this thing where, for, like, because, like, the entire concept of it, from what I'm remembering, and keeping in mind, again, I haven't actually read it, was that, like, the Inhumans basically released this giant mutagenic cloud over the planet Earth, which just started turning people into Inhumans. But if it hit mutants, it just killed mutants as well. With the X-Men movie rights they reacquired, they killed off most of the Inhumans except for the most popular ones. So they basically just did what they did the first time again. Imagine, you gotta know that this was like a decision coming from like the higher executive levels, where it's just like, all right, John, word from up high is we're killing the X-Men. Like 5 years later, all right, John, good job killing the X-Men. I need you to bring them back now, and you know that work you've been doing on the new humans? Yeah, I need you to kill them all off now. Thanks, John. See you next cycle. I was like, all right, boss. And then it comes back and it's like, all right, John, we got a real problem here. Apparently the word from on high is we have to kill off the we have to kill off the X-Men and the rest of the Inhumans, and we have to replace them with the Captain America men. It's just all a bunch of people that all look like Captain America, but have like different colored hair. The difference wasn't no one cared with Inhumans, yeah. Also, if we ever see the Captain America men, someone sue Marvel for me. That's my idea. I could just see the Captain America men as being like this hyper right-wing idea that's like, now being an American is like being like it's like being a mutant in society. Oh, God, kill me. I regret everything I've just said. Everything I've said, everything I've ever done, I now erupt into the regrets. Well, So Ultimate Captain America, wasn't there only one of him, but he was just like, you know, does the letter on my head stand for France?
怪盗ランマ
And like the Ultimate Universe is basically just everyone is like an even bigger arsehole than before, except Spider-Man.
危ないところだった
Like the general impression I always got with like the Ultimate Spider-Man stuff was that they was just like they were just doing young Peter Parker all over again, and that was fine. They had an initiative to have a captain country for every country in the world. Well, there you go, the Captain America men. Well, it's not really the Captain America men though, because that's more like the Captain men. The Captain men. Oh god. You know, they really should just make Thanos canon, but like bring out the Ant-Men for it, like just bring out all the ones. Captain Lithuania was my favorite. The worst part is I have no idea if that's a shitpost or not. I'm willing to believe it. I'm willing to believe it.
悪しき者に神の裁きをエリカエンジン全開です安らかに眠りなさい
I don't even know if that's a shitpost or not. Well, Falanoid, I'm not even gonna look it up, so I'm just going to pretend it's real. Captain Lithuania, first amongst Captain Men. Yeah, there's always been a lot of X-Men books, because there's a lot of X-Men characters. You have wall on you, and you still took that much damage? Dang it, girl. You gotta let him push you around like that. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna let you do it, because you're already, like, way ahead on levels. I need to let this little lad who's got absolutely nothing to show for it.
迷惑千万な機械は僕が止めるどうか滅却変身人行くぞ王国氷河
Like, I would hate to work in the comic book industry. It's probably fine working in it to some degree, but it just feels like a lot of the time you're trying to fight uphill, like in a giant mess of things to get your particular work seen. And you're not just fighting like amongst like your co-workers to get there, but you're also like battling against the rising tide of works from like, you know, from like other like publishers and things like that as well. And it just seems like a, you know, it seems like a lot. It seems like a mess. The 90s Wolverine features in every one of those, plus the Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy. So, like, Guardians of the Galaxy is a thing that, like, at the time, I'm not sure they thought was going to work. But, whatever reason, Marvel decided to, like, what brought Guardians of the Galaxy and everything together is that Marvel just decided to start doing cosmic Marvel stuff, and it was just right place, right time. Right writers. I believe Dan Abnett actually had a hand in a lot of the cosmic Marvel stuff of that time period. You know, and Dan Abnett, as most, you know, Warhammer 40k fans will know, is a fairly, you know, a fairly prolific author in his own right. And it's just, you know, pretty good stuff all around. But it was like, like they did like I think it was like Nova. It was like and the Annihilation Wave stuff. I think was what really sort of led the way. And so it was really great because it was at the time completely disconnected from a lot of their really stupid things that were going on in like on Earth at the time. I can't remember if it was before or during the Civil War, like that was happening, where it was basically like superhuman registration, and like Captain America was like, "Nah, that's bad," and Tony Stark was like, "Nah, it's good," and they were like, "Well, we're gonna punch each other to find out which is the best," and then Tony Stark was like, "And I've also cloned Thor." And like Captain America's like, "Why did you do that?" And he was like, I don't know." And then they, then they killed like they killed one of the Ant-Men while he was big, and so they had to like bury him in a tarp in a giant like coffin. And it was just like at this point, at the point where the guys who are the government is okay with are still building like clones of like Thor and like just indiscriminately killing people. I think at some point it's just like, what has this argument become? What is going on here? So it was kind of a shit mess. It was Goliath, not Ant-Man. Wasn't the guy who was Goliath at one point in Ant-Man though? Like that's what I kind of meant. It's just like he's basically one of the Pym Particle dudes. And yeah, he was black, so like big surprise they killed him out of the millions of like white superheroes they've got. And the interdimensional gulag. Yeah, that was another thing, wasn't it? It was just like and like at the end of the Civil War thing it was like, but in the end you've got to do the right thing, even though like as it turned out, most of humanity was infiltrated by Skrulls, and then they let Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, they let him be in charge of it. It was just like, I'm not sure what the fuck anyone is trying to say anymore, but I'll tell you what, this is a hot mess. So, it was good to actually not be anywhere near that. So there's this crazy shit, like, there's this crazy shit happening on in space, but it was a very much more clear-cut thing on a much larger scale than Civil War ever could hope to be. But it was space opera. It was superhero space opera, and everybody loved it. So naturally, I think basically everybody, once it became really popular, wanted to start writing for the Cosmic Marvel stuff and started, wanting to like rub their noses in it and like add their own sort of flair to it and things like that. And so, like by that point I hadn't really been following it. But yeah, like they realized how good it was and immediately fucked it up. No, just kidding. I don't know if they fucked it up or not, but usually that's what happens. Is like they realize something that's off in its own corner is actually hysterically popular. They do the numbers and they go, "Oh my god, this is amazing!" And so naturally, every executive producer, whatever, wants to get their grubby little hands in it to make it even better, so that they can say they worked on it, and then they fuck it all up because they don't actually understand what makes it good. But it also often these things do sort of fall by the wayside as well, simply because you can only really tell an amazing story from start to finish once, and like to continue on from there, it's just like what do we do from here sort of thing. And so comics is a lot of, well, what can we do from here? But in terms of stories, Annihilation was pretty damn good. It was pretty damn great. It took a lot of characters out of obscurity, both heroes and villains, and just it gave them all like amazing moments in the sun, and it was great. Yeah.
めて
It's not just a problem for comic books. Like I see a lot of TV shows and things. People talking about, oh, they shouldn't have done a second series. They shouldn't have done this. Oh, so far so good. We've got this in the bag. Don't relax just yet. I don't think this is nearly all their forces. Oh no, there's more forces. Black humanoids. We knew they'd have them here. Hang on, all the other ones are leaving. Wait. Oh no, they're all heading off. Hey, they're running away. What's the deal? They're not running. They're breaking off to attack another target. Wait, no. Forces in Asia are split to defend the photon power plant in Chongqing. I seriously don't have enough security to repel those units if we let them just waltz away. Damn it! Are they trying to split us up too? We have to stop them either way. Hang on. There's something else incoming. Sansuke's tire ships? Back on Earth? Do they want another shot at leveling us? All units, fire! They're attacking the Etrangers! So they're on our side? Lieutenant Commander Duker Ick! So you survived. It's a pleasure to see you too, Commander Chronicle. Well, no. It's just Chronicle Asher now, hmm? Yeah, Duker lives in this game. and now he's a hero. What game are you playing here? The game of sincerity. We're here to assist you in your battle against the Etrangers. The Etrangers are the enemies of all humanity. They don't care if you're Federation or Zansker. That's right. They spread conflict and take lives. That's everyone's problem. We'll intercept the breakaways. You finish up here. Understood. Good hunting. I can't make this planet a biker's paradise if I leave that gang to run loose all over it. Their hearts were liberated by the light of the Angel Halo as well, apparently. Katajina. Uso, please. Protect this planet. Of course. But you're going to do it with me. Can we win? Ah, heck. We're past second guessing. We've come this far and we're not stopping now. Indeed. We are past the point of return. All units, intercept the black humanoids' enemies. Work together and pick them off. Kazuha. I'm fine, Bullet. This won't stop me. Yeah. So, yeah, some of our villains just turned up to help out. Ain't that nice? And it happened to be spending most of our lives living in a biker paradise.
AI の動きは堅調だからその位置ならこれで
Yeah, there's like a few TV series that like people talk about. It's like it keeps going and yeah, it's like it's not going well. And I know like sometimes it's a case of they just kind of try to drag the mystery out too long, and that kind of spoils it. And in a few other cases, it's just because they're really bad at writing like more. But you know, it makes more money. It's not just like superhero stuff, but just like heroes, supernatural. You're all listing TV shows, yeah. See, Heroes is one of those ones that that like really kicked up a stir, and then just kind of kept going. And it's like some series, it's like you could do stories about them forever, because what they are is like often like interconnected by just having a whole lot of unrelated stuff. Like X-Files is one of those shows that for me never got old, even as it went on, even as it went deeper into like the weird like drama of like you know, Scully's pregnant with an alien baby, or like Mulder's father was actually like wearing the smoking man as like a puppet suit, which didn't happen. But like, but basically just a whole lot of really goofy ass shit. But at the same time, they would often make sure that dispersed around all this shit was actually, you know, like standalone stories of weird shit. And it's the standalone stories of weird shit that always kept going back to the X-Files. But it did help sort of, you know, it sort of helped break the narrative fatigue that the stories would often go through. It would give them a chance to just try new things with the characters and do things. So if you've got stories like that, it can work out pretty well. But and so even when it like they did that newer series of it, I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. Like, I wasn't like, oh man, why are they bothering bringing back the X-Files? It's like, the X-Files has so many stories you could continue to tell. They could, like, start the X-Files again with, like a completely new bunch of people, and so long as they were good actors, and so long as they were still constantly just weird, neurotic people dealing with completely goofy-ass, like, premises, everyone would watch it and everyone would probably love it. You just need the right lead actors, and some good writers, which I don't think exist anymore. Problems with a lot of series is the ones in charge never have the guts to stop when things are at its best. This is true. just listing all these shows that have hurt you. And meanwhile, there's TV shows, like TV series and stuff like that have like done like what, one season and then just left, and everyone's just been like, come back, please, come back, I'll do anything, and they never come back. And other people try to do stuff with it, but it's not the same. And of course I am talking about Cowboy Bebop. I don't think there's ever been like a show that has ever just left at exactly the right moment like Cowboy Bebop did. Because as they say, leave them wanting more, not leave them wanting you to stop beating the dead corpse. Actually, I should... Where's ours? Hey, ours. Almost Scrubs. Alright, let's give everyone a little bit of a hack. Let's give everyone a little bit of valor. And now let's start driving straight into them and stabbing them with our battleships.
逃がすな。エネルギーを集めて艦首に回す。
Just God. And I think if you're gonna do a long form TV show, I just think like X-Files really was like the perfect show of that format. Scrubs started an entire new series that should have never left the writing desk. Oh man, it's like when Rich asked the immortal question, how's it feel to watch everything you've ever loved as a child get ruined? Feels great. 'Cause man, like I've often said, I'm so glad I'm neither a Star Wars nor a Star Trek fan. Red vs. Blue, special mention for this is early on they did a joke about beating a dead horse with the series. Oh dear, hindsight is 2020. It's just... I struggle to think of a particular show I've followed, like, and just been like, they really need to end this. I always feel like I was the person who like watched shows and was always like left like going, oh, I could live to, I could be happy with another series if you guys don't mind, and then just getting told, nah, not happening, friend. It was before they were acquired by a huge media conglomerate. Yeah, funny how that changes things.
必ず滅びる
Can't be just destroying his voice. Oh yeah. So we're getting him up there. He's slowly leveling up. Just power of loving our way through the enemies.
さあ行こうさくら君
I mean, I'm like a big fan of like Kamen Rider, but like the way they get around the whole fatigue thing is they just sort of reboot the entire concept every time, you know, so that they can like, you know, bring out new toys and new actors, bring up new actors and things like that. It's kind of interesting. God, I'm still waiting for the double anime. I really want the double anime to come out. Someone's been translating more of the manga that the anime is going to be based on, and it's just like the manga is like so perfectly understands the show, understands what was great about it. Oh, and Sakura has just aced. Let's see what she gets. Plus 20% final hit and evasion rates. The Valor Spirit becomes love. So now she can cast love. Hallelujah. Okay, don't attack that. Pretty much, she attacks anything she dice explodes. I might just hold off for a second on that. I think the reason why it's doing this is because I haven't put on fucking Rowdy Cheer yet. Okay, there we go. One of the keys to making a TV show nowadays is building it around a seasonal storyline and specifically building the show to reset at the end of each season. I mean... So, yeah, so long as and I think there are a few shows that are like that, aren't they? Like, where it's... I can't remember the name of it, but there was this one series. This one, like, TV show, and it was like... Each season was a different sort of story. And, like, completely new cast and everything like that. And I think it was often based around, like, ghosts and things like that. Can't remember the name of it. Never watched it. Read about it on Wikipedia. Only because I don't think it was showing on anything I would watch, so, you know, I was kind of stuffed in that regard.
商品に酔っていてくださいね大神さんエリカ燃えてきましたどんどん撃っちゃいますよ
American Horror Story. That might be it. Because I know there was one series, I know there was like one or two TV shows where essentially they had like a different, like every season just had a different premise. So they basically, each season was a self-contained ghost story, which is kind of cool, because like, once you sort of reveal who the ghost is, or what the ghost is, or whatever in one season, it kind of loses its impact if you keep trying to stretch that out a bit. It's like, yeah man, the ghost. We know who the ghost is. Like, you got anything else for us? But even that as a premise, I think like eventually everyone just starts getting a bit too wise to all of your ghost prankery. I mean, the budget would be awful, but I feel like a show about like a bunch of people who just go around visiting like worlds looking for like a habitable world to build on, and all of like the absolutely insane shit that happens to them on each different world, you know, and with cycling casts, and you can kill and bring back whoever you want, whatever. Like, I feel like the budget on that would be kind of weird though, because you're trying to create like alien landscapes, and people can tell if you're just like half-assing it. Unless you half-ass a Doctor Who style, in which case everyone loves it. I feel like that'd be one of those ones that would require a lot of work. Sliders crossed with Terra Nova. Yeah, I mean, just... It would be a kind of like a interpersonal slash sci-fi drama, I guess. Although you could do seasons more about like weird horror stuff or whatever. You can basically just mishmash whatever genres you want. Let's create alien landscapes in the woods outside Vancouver, Canada. I'm just gonna say the X-Files got a lot of mileage out of Vancouver, so I can't hate on Vancouver at all. The X-Files got a lot of mileage out of Vancouver, if I'm recalling correctly. Dear. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the current way we're sort of telling the visual medium of stories and everything's going through like a really weird sort of evolution anyway. In part because of COVID, but also in part because of just digital streaming media becoming so like prolific. So we haven't just got a case of it being like it wasn't a great idea to go out, but now it's like stories are being told on like fragmented, smaller audiences because not everyone's going to be able to afford to have a subscription to literally everything. So suddenly they're you know, the windows of opportunity of who you can grab shrink somewhat, and so like I don't know, like it doesn't seem like it's gonna go easy. I don't know, and just because of the way everything's fragmenting so much, like the budgets for them aren't going to be nearly as good. I mean, like we talk about movies, like I think a few people have said we're sort of witnessing the age of the death of the blockbuster, where like if your movie isn't like backed by Disney money, like you're just not going to be able to pull in the super mega, omega, ultimate like audience numbers. There's like, you know, that makes like, you know, a mathematician like whip out their calculator and just start frantically mashing keys. The honest COVID response from a TV show I've seen was the season finale to Blacklist, where they filled in what they hadn't shot with like 2000 era cell shaded video game graphics. Oh, that sounds amazingly budget. I love it. Just give me some more of that shit low budget fucking cell shaded video game graphics, baby. That's very much a fuck it sort of situation. It's like you look at like attempts to mimic it, to mimic like the Marvel format. And it's just like you can't do it. So I can only assume it's just like you're just gonna have to accept the blockbuster. The blockbuster's just dead. Well, not like it's dead, because obviously there's still gonna be Marvel movies. I hear there's another Mad Max film in the works, and it does the blockbuster thing a lot cleverer, simply because its big thing is how weird it is, how weird the setting is. God, I thought of there being another Mad Max movie. Oh man. Oh dear. Gotta keep the killing going.
3G グリーン長官代理の戦い見せてやるぜパジェット2ブルティングドライバー
I suppose in the end, probably, what'll make me in my doom saying about, you know, like the death of the blockbuster. I mean, like, I suppose that's all gonna come down to like James Cameron's like Avatar stuff. If he ever actually finishes any of it and ever actually releases, if that shit still every single iteration just rakes it in big time, then the blockbuster still lives. But you know, in an extremely niche form. But like, if it just can't do it, then I think we'll just be at the point then where it's like, if you're not like a Disney Marvel movie, just like don't bother. don't show up to the blockbuster world. Just like make something smaller, make something in a better range. Which is kind of weird, because you'd think we live in the age where it's like you're able to just crank it up and just get stupid about it. But nope. The Avatar sequel dropped an actual trailer? Oh, there you go. I hadn't actually heard about that. Possibly because, like it's been a million years since Avatar. And you couldn't make me care about the original Avatar, so I'm not sure you can make me care about the sequel. But by all accounts, the amount of money that went into them and the amount of money that came out of them, yeah, I'm almost certain. They're like the last true non... Oh, pardon my yawns, I'm starting to get a bit tired. The last true non-Marvel blockbuster. Waving as he disappears. I'm a little confused. Like, did the new like the Avatar sequel trailer actually give you a general idea of like what they're planning on doing, or is it just like a, oh yeah, we're gonna here's that planet again? Didn't Dune do well? I don't know, honestly. I don't know. I genuinely don't know if Dune did well or not. I'm not sure anyone involved in Dune knows if it did well or not. I think they're all just very confused by what they've worked on. I mean, because if it counts as a blockbuster and it did well, then that does kind of put paid to like what I've just said. But I wonder if it's sustainable though, because like we are seeing less of them, aren't we? And we're seeing less of them do well as well. It's kind of like how a lot of like, you know, like horror movies have just become about like who can make the loudest screaming sound. I think we should probably hit charge. I don't know. I'm not particularly invested one way or the other if blockbuster movies just stop happening outside of like, you know, the yearly Marvel spectacle. Because I kind of wonder, like, what would be like subsequent plots for Avatar even be? Because like, Like, does like Earth come back to try and get their unobtainium tights? And it's like, and if so, wouldn't that just make it just more of like what they did in the last film? Have a nice night. Thank you for all of the chatting. It helps me get through these somewhat samey missions fairly quickly, and it's a relief. Oh god. You're under arrest for being a robot on a cultural, on an important culturally historical site. You're not permitted to be here. You're under double arrest. It just doesn't seem like a premise that's gonna like carry an entire other film. Like, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not the guy that makes all the amazing, amazing films like James Cameron does. Maybe he's got an idea I don't have. I'm just like, but how are they gonna do it? How are they gonna like, how are they gonna make me give a shit? Can they make me give a shit? Can anyone out there in the universe make me give a shit? And the answer is no. I probably never will. Sorry, Avatar, but I just don't think I've ever been less invested in like a film franchise. Especially when it has robots in it. It's got mechs. It's got cool mechs. I like their mechs, but I just got no interest in it. I always did love the people who like came out of watching the first Avatar and they had like this, they were all depressed because like it wasn't real. It's just like, have you thought about making the place you live on, the planet you're living on, a better place? No? Alright, bye. Wave it as they leave. About the gun arm around here. Oh dear. Nearly there, nearly there. I do think it'll be somewhat of a relief to be done as well. I think we've certainly killed our way through a lot of these guys. Having everyone around to talk to has mostly made it a little easy to get through. These aren't the most exciting of missions. At this point, you're pretty much a critical face roll. And I'm not gonna lie, the story beats for the three like post-game expansion like content things they did, they're all pretty much the same in beats. There's a first stage where maybe he's like, hey, what's the link between you guys? And they don't get it. And then there's a mission where they go to the Pillar of Light that's related to them, and like allies turn up to help them. So please look forward to that. And then there's a finale mission. I think it's the finale mission. And that's when you get to like, well, we'll see. You'll see next week when we do it. Because there is next week. And then we've got, and then you do that like another 2 times. and then we'll be, you know, we'll be pretty much out of out of other things to do. Isn't that just exciting? But that's part of the reason why I've been like, we've still got quite a while to go before we finish, just because, like, these missions are long. I think if, like, I just done all 3 of them together, like just like done the start to finish of like one of these expansion things, probably could get it done in one stream or close to. But I did want to do the other stuff first to power her up. And then. Oh yeah. So we're almost to the end of our wonderful conga line of things to smash. Can't get it from there. Okay, might as well just smash through this one then. Okay, apparently this one's easier to kill than the other one. Whatever. Guess that other one is like a boss level one. I've got this horrible feeling that, like, the third Avatar film is gonna be, like, the dude who's allowed, like, turn himself into, like, you know, turn himself into a Na'vi permanently, is, like, gonna have to go as an ambassador to Earth, and so they're just gonna have, like, CGI Na'vi running around, like a future cityscape. It's gonna look so ass. I'm just thinking, I've just imagined it, and I was just like, oh god. Wasn't it like a... wasn't it like a Planet of the Apes thing? I don't know. I suppose I should just be prepared for anything, because anything can and probably will happen, and we will regret all of it. So what we got? 2 of them left. 2 of them left. Well, so happens I've got a very good treatment for that. Let's see how big we can make this number. I know Uso is capitalized like a name and not an acronym, but I keep wanting to read it as the United States of Omaha or something like that. I don't even know what to say about a statement like that. Except the amount of times people yell out Uso in Victory Gundam, I'm glad they don't just yell out United States of Omaha! Maybe you just really, really want to go to Omaha. Ours is Arizona. Oh no. Oh no, we've uncovered the true conspiracy of Super Robot Wars 30. Oh, what are you doing? Stand by. We did it. We defeated the Quaestors. But those others were a real handful. I don't know how many forces the enemy has. We should finish our scans before reinforcements arrive. Chief Mavie? Dimensional boundary waveform coefficient and waveform confirmed. Now to hit it with a neutralization wave. There we go. Yay! The pillar's sealed! Now we can only hope that restabilizes our reality. That was incredible, Chief Mavie. You've done it again. I can't take the credit. It was sheer luck. And did you get the data you needed? That part went perfectly. Now we just need the right location to reproduce the distortion. The Black Ocean. The place we initially appeared? Figured it would be there. Alright, Kasua. So we'll trust your instincts. Recall all units. The Time Warriors will head for the Black Ocean as soon as preparations are complete. So yeah. That'll be where we go oh, so more talking. Mavie? Relax, Captain. We haven't had a problem yet, and we're not going to start now. Fight fire with fire. You're not sold, are you? No, I am. I'll put my faith in her. Our job now is to end this war as soon as we can, so that humanity can finally enjoy some peace. Fern Island and the Black Ocean. It's their best chance of getting back to their own world. Right. And we will do whatever we can to support them. Do what we can the best we can. If this is what we can do, then... There are still mysteries in this plot, it would seem. In this post-game plot. But that is a story for another time. Actually, before we do that, I believe Sakura got an ace chat, so let's grab Sakura. Sakura. Congratulations, Sakura. You've become an ace pilot. And thank you for congratulating me personally, Az. We'll pull our weight in the Time Warriors until we finally make it to our own world. Thank you, and I'll help you as much as I can. If we ever find a way to connect our two worlds sustainably, would you like to come join us, Az? Me? Really? Certainly. I think you'd fit in great in the Imperial Review. You mean the regular one, right? Not the combat review? That's right. They've got the perfect build for the female roles. And I know you're a hard worker, so you'll pick up the singing and dancing. I'll coach you personally. I have to admit, the glamorous world of the stage does have its allure. I've got a pretty bad stage fright, so... That's cute. But those butterflies are going to scatter as soon as you feel that spotlight on you. You think so? Of course. It happened to me. Okay, but first, I know. We have to bring peace to this world. Let's keep up the good fight. Okay. I'll come back to you after we've done that. Okay, Sakura? Sakura? I keep saying Sakura. Sakura? I'll eventually, like, not mumble mouth my way through Japanese. I apologize to all the people of Japanium. Wait, new onboard mission is available? Oh, I think I was just talking about the one I just did. It's alright. Game was just sort of lagging behind what I achieved. Alright, well thank you everyone for joining us. All those that haven't passed out asleep, because I'm pretty sure it's like 4 in the morning in America land. We actually did quite a few missions there. We'll be back same time next week, and when we come back next week, we will do So Long As There's Love, and then we'll start working on Those Who Pierce Through, and we might be lucky if we can get through So Long As There's Love quickly enough. We might actually get through all of Those Who Pierce Through. We'll see. We'll see. But until then, I have been the last Robokai. You have been a wonderful audience, and we're gonna leave on another one of those interludes. Thank you very much.
ですから全ての機体にまんべんなく愛情を注ぎ心を込めて育成すべきです。
所詮人型兵器などただのおもちゃ。戦艦だけを強化していればこと足ります。
破壊力を求めるのはゲームの常。されどスパロボの魅力をきちんと味わわずにそれを叶えようというのは品格に欠けます。
美学など不要。求められるのは効率、つまりは戦艦だけです。
ならばあなたと戦い証明します。人型兵器こそ至高であるということを。決着をつけましょう、オラシオ・コージャーソさん。
受けて立ちますよ、エルネスティ・エチェバルリア。
プレイヤーの皆さん、僕の美学を証明するためにもぜひともお力を貸していただきます。